Welcome back to the start-finish line here in the Tri-Cities, Washington on the Columbia River. Brad Luce here on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. We are getting ready to roll with our Heat 3 of our Grand Prix hydroplanes. Boats are coming out on the water. I haven't yet got a clock up on the screen, but we are inside 4 minutes. Inside 4 minutes to the start. Let's take a look at our starting grid as they will come out in this heat. These are assigned lanes for our Grand Prix hydroplanes. And now you see the clock on the board at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That's John Shaw in the GP 135 Cool Cat. I talked to that team this morning. They had real troubles yesterday afternoon and were unable to run. They found the problem last night. They were able to dial in a solution to it. They feel comfortable here, and they're going to have a good lane in this one. The GP 135 will be in lane number 2. GP 12, it's a bright yellow boat trimmed in red. It will be on the inside with Josh Harnack. GP 15, Greg Hopp, he'll be in 3. Kevin Ekert in the GP 10, the Charger, he will be in lane 4. Then it's Austin Ekert on the lane 5 in the GP 17, and Jeff Bernard will be on the far outside, GP 79. That's our field. You're looking at him at the top end of the range. Of course, that's Bernard leading up in the upper right corner as we approach 210. Coming up on 210 until the start. Again, we're looking at our boats coming across the start-finish line here. There is John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. He went by first. There is GP10, Kevin Ekert. The Charger, they come across. There's a great drone shot from down at the bottom end of the race course. 145 to the start. These guys don't have a score-up buoy. They have a straight clock start here. They will just want to be on the line with a lot of boat speed. When the clock strikes 0, that will be in 1 minute and 32 seconds. Grand Prix inside out. Josh Harnack, John Shaw, Greg Hopp, Kevin Ekert, Austin Ekert, and on the outside, Jeff Bernard, 120. There's a couple of yellow boats coming off the top end of the race course. That is going to be Greg Hopp and Josh Harnack. There's Josh Harnack on the right-hand side of the screen. That is the GP12. Here comes Greg Hopp in the old Trapper beef jerky right there. That great-looking low-profile hydroplane that has been around for so many years. Now the field will head over to the backstretch and bunch up for our start. Coming up on 50 seconds. I like the positions of the boat here. We will go 3 times around this 1 2/3 race course. In lane number 1, that's right where he is supposed to be. Then it should be a dark blue and black boat sitting in lane number 2. That'll be John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. There you're looking at your inside lanes. There's Josh Harnack. Then you're looking at the other yellow boat. That's Greg Hopp out front. There should be a boat in there between them. That'll be Shaw in the GP 135. Now starting to move on the outside is Jeff Bernard. He's got to come down on the outside with a lot of boat speed. Looking at 10 seconds until the start. This could be a good one. Bernard's got a long way to go, but he's got a lot of boat speed on the outside. Coming down with 1 second, and mark. We are racing, appears to be legal, and it's Jeff Bernard. Bernard is on the outside. He's going to take him down into turn 1. Definitely a ragged start. He's got Greg Hopp with him, and Hopp's going to get down there first. Hopp is going to come off the pin first. There is that low profile hydroplane driven by Greg Hopp, the GP15 Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Now you see John Shaw in 3rd place, but on the outside it is Jeff Bernard. You can't see him from water level, but on the drone you've got him. He's about a boat length back from Hopp. We go 3 times around. Hopper up at the top end of the race course. He's opened up. Now he's got about 3 boat lengths on Bernard. Bernard doesn't have to worry about any other boats. He can move over next to Greg Hopp, and he does coming off. Hopp has got him by about 5 or 6 boat lengths, but this is where Bernard is sharp. Bernard really rocking and rolling. He's back by about 3 boat lengths. We're on the second of 3 times around. Hopp, great look there as he goes underneath our drone. Oh, Bernard's giving ground. Bernard's giving ground at the lower end of the race course. He's back almost to rooster tail. Jeff will not let go. He's still staying right with Greg Hopp. These two have raced against each other for years. Hopper on the inside, Bernard on the outside. Great to see that old boat driven by Greg Hopp, GP15, Old Trapper Beef Jerky, and now he's got a full rooster tail on Greg. Hopper looking strong, just got to defend his position now. He's going to come down and pick up a white flag with one more to go. It is Greg Hopp. It is Jeff Bernard. Third place is John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. Old Trapper Beef Jerky running like a rocket. Stentner Electric and Overturf running hard through the lower corner. Jeff's going to try and gobble him up, but I think he's going to run out of real estate. If Hopper can keep it running, you're seeing the distance right there on the screen from the drone, and it's pretty much a rooster tail between Greg Hopp and Jeff Bernard. I thought that Bernard was going to be able to run him down, but on the lower corner on lap number 2, all of a sudden, Jeff just seemed to be giving a lot of ground to Greg Hopp. Hopp's just got to negotiate the upper corner. He is through it. He is clean. He is coming down. Give it up. GP15, Happy-Go-Lucky Racing. That is Greg Hopp. Second place will go to Jeff Bernard. They come across 1-2. Old Trapper, Beef Jerky, Stentner Electric. Now third place. Here comes the Cool Cat Motorsports. He will come by and pick up a third place finish. Fourth place will go to Awesome Austin Ekrit in the GP17. The Miss Renee. 4 boats have come across and finished. In fifth place coming across will be the GP10. Kevin Ekrit driving a Charger. He will pick up his 5th place points. Got some happy Old Trapper Beef Jerky GP15 folks sitting here just to our right. Greg Hopp was behind the wheel, but Papa Jerry right there with a very good run. They are very, very happy. They work so hard on this boat in the off season, and it's good to see that old hull. And let me tell you, it is an old one. Somebody's going to correct me, but I think that hull was built back in 1992, but they basically rebuild it stem to stern almost every year. So it's almost a new boat, but the design is very, very different. If you look at that boat on the water, and I'm talking about the GP15, the Old Trapper Beef Jerky, you look at that boat straight on, it is much narrower than the newer designs. Doesn't get through the corners near as well, but you put that one in a straight line. If Jeff's on time at the start-finish line, you'll have your hands full trying to run him down, getting to the first turn. This time he held off a very hard-charging Jeff Bernard in the GP79. You see what is obviously a very, very crowded pit area down there, as Greg Hopp has made it back to the dock, as has Austin Ekrit, but we've got a bunch of 1.5 and 2.5 stock hydroplanes laying in the water down there, so you probably count close to 10 boats in the water there at one spot. But that's what it is here at the Tri-City Water Follies. That's what it's all about. Keep the action on the water. The air show was terrific, and now we have shifted our attention back to the water, and it is going to be fast and furious and nonstop between now and the end of the day, climaxing with the 115th running of the APBA Gold Cup here at the Tri-City Water Follies 60th anniversary on the Columbia River. Absolutely gorgeous day. Perfect water conditions. We had a little bit of a breeze blowing this morning, but it was supposed to calm down about 10 or 10:30 this morning. It was right on schedule. It dropped down, and the water conditions have been perfect and beautiful since. It's just a great day for racing here in the Tri-Cities. And shortly, we are going to have 2 more heats of racing for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. We have Heat 4A and 4B to run, and that will set up our final heat for the APBA Gold Cup. So still much to come as you get a look there at Josh Harnack, unfortunately, getting introduced to one of the patrol boat drivers here on the Columbia River. He will get the tow back to the pit area. You never want to end your day on the end of a tow rope, but you see Josh there on the deck of the boat. He's waving to the fans there. There's some fans in the water up there getting cooled off on a hot day. I'm sure Josh kind of wishes he could jump in and join them. But he'll sit on the deck of the boat, and he's got the long haul back across the Columbia. And there's our pit area. Down to the left side of the pit area, you will see the GP79 on the crane. They are headed toward their trailer, but that boat is sitting very near and in the middle of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, and that boat specifically is down there pitted very, very close to the U12, the Graham Trucking, that being because Jeff was driving both boats to try and minimize the amount of running time he had to do, and from dock to dock they pitted those two boats together. So Jeff will get his boat put back on the trailer, and you see there from the left side of the screen, here comes Kevin Ekert trying to navigate his way back to the dock. He's looking for a place to park as well, I think, because he's got 4 boats sitting at that dock that he wants to get into, and looks like he's going to take a circle and maybe come back at it again, he being Kevin Ekert. So that was Heat 3 of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes, and a very, very good run by Greg Hopp, GP15, Happy-Go-Lucky Racing, Stentner Electric, Overturf, Volkswagen, and Old Trapper, H1 and Grand Prix America hydroplane racing. So that's the story of Heat 3. We have our intrepid pit reporter down in the pit area. We will yield to our team down there in the pit area. We'll have Brent Hall standing by with what I'm going to assume is going to be a very happy Greg Hopp when we get him mic side. If you are new to this and don't know who Greg Hopp is, he's a fun interview. There's nobody more fun when he wins the overall event, but I got half a notion he's going to be pretty pleased with that win there in Heat 3 of Grand Prix. So as soon as Brent has a very happy Greg Hopp, he will jump on the pipes with us. Looking at our schedule, we've got some smaller boats that are going to come out on the race course and run. That's going to be our 2.5 stocks and our 1.5 liter hydroplanes. They are going to come out, and we are going to move into some feature stuff. Here's our schedule. This is what is left to come today. That was Grand Prix Heat 3 that we just watched. Next up is 1.5 stocks, followed by 2.5 modified. Heat 5 for both of those classes. Then at 2:30 on the slate is H1 Unlimited, Heat 4A. That'll be followed 30 minutes later by H1 Unlimited Heat 4B. That will be the last opportunity for our H1 hydroplanes to earn points to get on the front row of the final. And we will tell you now, we won't do too much of a spoiler alert, but we'll be talking about Heats 4A and B as we get closer. But there are some very important storylines that we're going to have to watch in 4A and 4B that could for us definitely affect the outcome of the 2025 APBA Gold Cup. But we will get to that a little bit later. Then coming up at 3:25, it's going to be final heat time for all of our classes of hydroplanes. 3:25, they'll have the final heat of the 1.5 stocks. 3:45, you see it there, 2.5 time. All come out and run their final heat. At 4:15, our vintage hydroplanes will take to the water for one last time. It says a test session. It is not. That will be the vintage final heat. They will make their final run of the weekend. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll queue up our Grand Prix finals. Grand Prix hydroplanes will take to the water and run similar to H1. It will be a winner-take-all final. And then the big one coming up right now, scheduled at 5:25 this afternoon. H1 Unlimited will put the fastest race boats in the world on the water, and they will compete for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, the APBA Gold Cup. It is the 115th running of a race that began on the Hudson River back in New York in 1904. Much more still to come about that. We are just looking at the schedule, and that's what we have for right now. For those of you who have watched hydroplane racing for years, you know that is, of course, always subject to any type of change at any time, depending on what might happen on the water. We had a runaway buoy about 15 minutes ago. Somebody came over and made us aware that one of our Grand Prix turn buoys was making a run for it. The good thing was it had left up in turn 2 at the top end of the course and was floating right down the middle, so everybody saw it, and they got that put back in place. So schedule subject to change, but as right now, this is what it looks like. Everything building now toward the final heats of all our classes and ending with H1 Unlimited and the Gold Cup. And you're looking at the graphic there on the screen. That is, as I said, and we just walked through it, our schedule. You're seeing the APBA Gold Cup itself kind of shown there, overlaid at the center. I mentioned it is the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. I can honestly tell you it's probably one of the heaviest. Every number of years, and it's getting to be more and more years, they add another one of those rungs on the bottom of it with those medallions. And when you win, you get a medallion for your victory. It'll have the owner and the driver, the boat, the year where it was contested, etc., etc. And every once in a while, they have to add another layer of those on the bottom of the trophy, and when they do and when they have over the years, that has become very, very heavy. It used to be when our drivers would win the APBA Gold Cup, they would come back in and get all excited, and of course they're pumped up on adrenaline, and they would pick it up and hold it up over their head, and you know, it was really good. Now they kind of get 3 or 4 crew members with them and hold it up, and everybody celebrates at one time. I think our Brent Hall is ready down at the pit area, standing by with Greg Hopp. Let's send it down to Brent. Take it away, bud.
I about lost my pants. You guys are checking your makeup. We are here with the GP15. Man, what a race, Greg. We were so proud of you, and talk us through what went on, and you just had a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, really, this goes back a week and a half. The boat was all busted up after Madison. My crew came over relentlessly. We worked day and night, got her done we painted it and sent it on Wednesday night. Yeah, paint was still drying. So we got here, we kind of been easing into it, and we talked to Ed Tree. He got a little super tune for right before that heat. Put a Scott Baker propeller on it, different propeller, works way different than anything we've ever run. Seemed to work pretty good.
I would say so. Anytime you keep the GP79 on your outside and actually pull him, you were doing really great. Now, we do have some of the crew, and I know you're going to speak for all, but we got our crew chief here. Man, I'm so proud to see you up here.
Same here, Brent.
Yeah,
hey, I'd say I was impressed with that run, but I was really impressed with that run. And Greg's driving skills speak for themselves. And you know, we got Old Trapper backing us, and we got Stetner Electric and Overcurve V-Dub backing us. And so, yeah, hey, great run. Really happy.
You guys always plug your sponsors, and I love the Hop Shop. I'm sure there's some 101.5 rock playing right now. You guys always have fun, so talk us.
Yeah, we have a good time at the shop. We usually listen to KSW 99.9, and we listen in the men's room. We have a shot of the day every day with them. We're in between glue jobs, you know. And
what's your favorite band? What's our favorite band? Greg?
AC/DC.
AC/DC, you have it here from the winners. We are so proud. Get ready for that final. Well done.
My Old Trapper's hat before we got on camera to delay the interview a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Yes. But well spoken from 2 great racers and a great crew chief. Thank you, guys. We're out.
Thanks.
Awesome. Hey, proud of you, man. Good job.
Well, thank you very much to Brent Hall for a great interview, and I don't suppose it would surprise you very much if I said, if you were unaware, that Brent Hall has spent a lot of time with that race team. He has spent a lot of time behind the steering wheel of that particular race boat. Thus, he knows that team very, very well. Obviously, a lot of camaraderie there. And you see how much fun these race teams have. Greg Hopp certainly never one to shy away from a camera or a good time. And it also sounded like from that interview, just listening to what he said, they tried some new stuff in there, and the horsepower was stronger than it had been, and something about that Scott Baker propeller that he really liked. Said the boat had never run quite like that before, and I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe simply just that fast. But clearly Greg was really happy. It was a great result, and they are the winner of our Grand Prix America Heat number 3. We are going to step away for the time being right now, but we're going to be coming back very soon. Next up on our live schedule here will be H1 Unlimited Heat 4A. That is what is on deck. We will follow it up with H1 Unlimited 4B, and then we'll really start getting dressed up for our final heat. That's the story from right here at the Columbia River right now. Grand Prix Heat 3 is in the book. For Brent Hall down in the pit area, I'm Brad Luce saying whatever you do, don't go away, because the big racing's on deck and coming very soon. Stay with us. We've been racing all weekend here on the Columbia River, but we aren't done yet, Tanner, because this is the APBA Gold Cup, and the Gold Cup was originally developed as an endurance race. So where we always have 3 sections of heats at our normal races for the Gold Cup, we go 4 times, so now we're staring down the barrel of heats 4A and 4B.
It's an enormous amount of time on the lake, especially for me. I've never obviously seen a race this long. It is more of an endurance weekend, and amazing the attrition rate is not any higher. So it's great to have so many boats still in the running.
And we've got boats that need points to make it into the final heat. That's what it's all about. Get points in those preliminaries, make the front row of the final, then it's a winner-take-all for the oldest active trophy in motorsports, the APBA Gold Cup. 4A and 4B, they're on deck.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8.
The world's fastest.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. Back here on the start-finish line of the Columbia River at the 115th running of the APBA Gold Cup. I'm Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. It has been a busy and active and wonderful, I might add, 2.5 days, but the good part is 2.5. That means we still got half to go, and it's the championship half, because now it gets very serious from here. We are staring down the barrel of heat 4A and 4B for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. This is the last opportunity that our boats have to earn points to get on that front row of the final.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, the points up for grabs for each of these heats are huge. 400 points for the winner. Steps down to 300 for second place.
Correct.
And down from there. So a lot of points up for grabs. They draw the order for the heats out of the hat, and 4B is no different, although we have some familiar people going head-to-head, it seems like, randomly, completely randomly each time.
We do indeed, but before we get into those draws, I think we're going to pull up some replays of what you and I were talking about the last time we discussed H1. We were talking about Heat 3A, and we knew that it was under review. We knew the officials were looking at a lot of the tape and so forth, and as we reported before we went off the air, a lot went down after the officials took a look at it. Here's the first incident there. J. Michael Kelly was in lane number 3, and you clearly saw, and I think we're going to get another look at it here. There, the boat on the left is moving to his left, and he chopped Andrew Tate right there. The rule says he has to have 5 boat lengths or a full rooster tail, whichever is longer. Clearly, Andrew on the outside got wet. Then during the racing, there was this incident involving Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate. Corey is on the left. That is Andrew on the right. And when we go back and watch it now, you'll see Corey is fairly close to the buoy, but now all of a sudden he's drifting way out and drifting. Look at his distance from the buoy. Look at it there at the entrance, the next buoy, but now he is moving out. The officials decided that was encroachment on Corey's fault, or on Corey's behalf. Thus, Mike was penalized 1 minute for what he did during the score-up, which you and I saw and called. You saw it perfectly and saw him get wet, and we both went, uh-oh, the officials are going to watch. That was a 1 minute penalty on J. Michael Kelly in the 8. What we just saw in the upper corner with Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate, that resulted in a 1 minute penalty to Peabody in that one. So basically they're out of the heat, and your winner is going to be Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. They went back, they failed tech inspection, but the killer is they don't get a 1 minute penalty. They got an N2 violation. They don't get a 1 minute penalty for that. They get a DSQ. Big difference between getting second or third place points and a disqualified where you get the goose egg. So that really hurts them. And now, as we stare down the barrel of heats 4A and 4B, we've only got 6 boats left because we lost the 12 this morning. We are going to run 5 boats on the front row of the final, and then our 6th boat will be a trailer boat, which has to start behind the rest of the field. So let's take a look at the boats that are going to come in our Heat 4A, and then we'll tell you why this is extremely important as we're 1 minute away from a 5-minute gun. Looking at the boat there, the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. The boat is driven by Jamie Nilsen. They are coming into this particular heat 5th in points on the weekend. They have 750 points to their name right now, so they're number 5. They're the boat that's on the bubble to stay on that front row of 5 boats. They are going to be joined in this heat by the U21, the Spirit of America. It is driven by Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar, as we keep saying, now you're looking at Dave Villwock there, the U27. We will take a look at that one first. The U27, Dave Villwock, he comes in 3rd in points on the weekend with 864. He just needs a good solid finish here. He will be on the front row of the final. And then rounding out our 3-boat field here is Gunnar O'Farrell in the U21, the Spirit of America. He is 4th in points at 855. This is going to have quite the impact, this heat, on our next heat, because right now, sitting on the bubble and on the outside looking in is Andrew Tate, our top qualifier. Right now, he is number 6 in points. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, sure would. So Andrew will be watching this heat very, very closely, because if Jamie Nilsen, who is on the bubble, ends up winning this heat, then Andrew will need to win his own heat in order to stay off of that back row, correct?
Yeah, Jamie Nilsen has 750 points, so if he were to take a 2nd place, he'd have 1,050 points. Andrew has 700. If Andrew got a 2nd place, he'd only have 1,000. So Andrew has to win if Jamie gets a 2nd or better.
Ooh.
So this is very interesting. Our boats are on the water. We're at 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Watch this one closely. I can tell you for a fact, Andrew Tate's watching it awful close.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the battle has already begun, because clearly Nilsen and, so we've had Dave Villwock and Jamie Nilsen both very aggressive at fighting for the inside lane. However, Gunnar has not pushed too hard to get to the inside, so he may let these two just duke it out in this race to the race.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, because these boats are all going to make it into the final heat. Really, all they're going to have to do is finish. And if they finish, you know, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and there's only 3 of them, so they want to stay clean, stay legal, and score points. You're looking at Jamie Nilsen as he heads down to the bottom end of the race course with 3:23 until the start, and just beyond him, can't quite see it on our screen there, just off the bottom of the screen is Dave Villwock. He is coming out on the race course from the pit area. Watch Dave again, see if he does the same thing he's been doing. He's coming up the backstretch. He is at the exit pin from the 1, and he's just once again, see, he's crawling the backstretch. There he is. And I can tell you one thing, there's no pin. Dave is going to do that same start procedure in the final heat and think it's going to work.
Yeah, he's done that. This is the 3rd time kind of using the same technique. In front of him, just out of our view, is Jamie Nilsen using the exact same technique. So he's on the inside cruising around at 40 knots or so. I mean, he's got to burn up 1.5 minutes before the 1:15 marker. And some of these boats seem to be able to drive a little bit slower than others without blowing out that turbine engine. But we'll see if Jamie can slow it down enough to claim that 1st lane.
2 minutes and 20 seconds to the start. What Tanner was just referring to is the fact the boats have to be behind the start finish line, right in front of Tanner and myself at the 1 minute 15 second mark. There is no 80-mile-per-hour rule, and the boats can change lanes before any time before the entrance to turn 2 on the next lap. So these are not necessarily the laps or the lanes they will have to run in. They're not determining that yet. But this is the first part of the start sequence. They have got to stay behind the start finish line at 1 minute 15. Jamie's still sitting on that inside lane.
Yeah, it sure seems like Super Dave. I don't know him well enough to call him that, but I just hear you say it a lot, so I'm just going to dive right in.
It works.
It seems like he's not fighting for it too much. Seems complacent for lane 2, just making sure Gunnar knows his place out in lane 3. And as we come up to 1 minute 20, Got 5 seconds before we cross the line.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to move from here. I think they like where they are. Certainly Nilsen wants to be in 1. Dave, he'll stay right there, and Gunnar's going to give it a little squirt now. They're already at 112, 111 when they came across the line. So clearly everybody was behind the magic marker there at the start-finish line or score-up buoy at 115. So that part was legal. We're good to go. Now, the next time they come across start-finish, we will be racing coming up on 55 seconds. So Nilsen and Dave, they went kind of hard down to the bottom end. You wonder if maybe Dave wasn't giving it a little bit of squirt, and Jamie's spotter was telling him, you better just stay on it a little bit, because Dave, if he could have got 5 boat lengths in front of him, could have moved over. But I think now everybody, I think the shouting for the inside lane's done.
Well, this is the 2-mile course, Brad?
2.5.
2.5 mile course. So they need to average, I mean, at this point they're averaging about just over 120 miles an hour to do a minute 15 lap and come back at 0. So it looks like they're just kind of dawdling about, but still very, very quick over the water. That last yellow buoy is about the 9-second mark. So as they cross that one, it looks like we're a little bit early on the inside for Jamie Nilsen. We'll see if he slows it down before the start-finish line. It's 5 seconds to go.
Coming up on 3, 2, 1. Mark, man, the way I looked at it, it was good, and it was really good if it was. There was a lot of boat speed there from Jamie Nilsen on the inside, and Dave Villwock from lane number 2. They will go down to the bottom end of the race cars. The start is clean, and they were good starts.
It's just amazing that's a clean start. That had to have been within a tenth or two but Jamie maintains the inside. You can see Dave Villwock very comfortable in that mid lane, keeping his speed up, heading out onto the fastest part of the track.
Third and coming out of the corners, Gunnar O'Farrell, but the race is out front. It is Dave Villwock driving in lane number 2, driving that U-27 to Miss Apollo. This is the older boat, the boat built back in 2007, but it's still got a lot of speed left in it. Nilsen, as you said, Tanner, got the lane position as they get up to the top end of the course. This is the first of 4 times around. Nilsen still wants to stay with him. Remember, if both of these boats finish, if all 3 of them finish, regardless of position, it puts pressure on the U-91 and Andrew Tate. But right now it is all Dave Villwock flying the 27. He's getting a good boat ride, but I'll tell you what, Nilsen's got some speed.
Yeah, Dave, just as we talked about in some of the previous heats, ran quite wide on the exit of that tighter corner. Really wide, all the way out to probably lane 3 or 4, and that gave Jamie Nilsen a chance to catch up a little bit as they come through some of their wake from the first lap. We'll see if Dave tightens it up, and he does on the exit of this one, not giving Jamie quite so much room.
Yeah, and you see Jamie to scruff off a little bit of speed right there at the exit pin. He was actually closing a little bit on Dave, but now Dave has opened it up a little bit on him. So up the backstretch on lap number 2 of 4. Dave's almost got a little rooster on him. So up the backstretch on lap number 2 of 4. Dave's almost got a full rooster tail, and at some point, if this continues, Dave would be able to move over on Jamie. Quite honestly, I don't think he's going to do it. I think Dave's got a line that he likes up there, and it's running about lane 2.5 or 3. Dave's getting, that's an outstanding boat ride right there. The boat is just floating. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, maybe an old boat, but it sure does run well. And it's been, ever since he pulled it out, honestly, it looks very smooth and stable and pretty calm on the water, even compared to Gunnar as he's coming through in front of us now, bouncing and riding a little bit. But Dave seems to have this one under control for now.
Yeah, he certainly does. Bottom end of the race course, you're looking at him from the drone. He gets to the exit pin of the corner right there, still dancing out about lane 2 or 3. I think he likes the water out there. He's got spotters right up above us that are telling him where the good water is, and apparently they're saying it's out in 2 and 3. Good boat ride. All he's got to do is defend his position. I think Jamie Nilsen will stand back and say, all right, we had some fun for a lap or 2. I'm going to let you go. I'll take my 300 points, and I'll see you in the final. But here comes Dave off the top end. Again, same line through the... He likes that one. See if Jamie's going out wider. Yeah, he's got Jamie on his hip now, so that shouting's over. This is all Dave Villwock in the 27. The Miss Apollo. Boat owner Bruce Ratchford standing just immediately to your right, Tanner, and he's sponsoring the race. He's sponsoring the lead boat. He's a happy man right now.
Sure is. Dave's been having a good weekend. I mean, penalties aside, just the drone gets a little splash from a 30-foot wall of water. And watching Dave go through here, you can really see all the spectators over there on the north side of the river. I mean, just an absolute packed house out here. It's been a festival for 3 days. It really is an amazing event here.
It's the biggest thing that happens in Eastern Washington every year, and you're getting a great look at the 27 MS Apollo of Dave Villwock. Like I said, this is the old boat. They've got the boat that was built last year in 2012, built in 2007, the boat they call Sharky, and it's got a very, very large and great history. And here he comes, Dave Villwock. You want to talk about a winning legacy? You got that boat with this driver, and they're going to chalk up another heat win. Dave Villwock, U27, Miss Apollo. Second place, and he was a gamer for a couple of laps. That's going to go to Jamie Nilsen in the U11, the Flav-R-Pac, and that is going to shake things up now for our next heat.
Well, everybody's a nice guy out here in these boats, but you can bet Andrew was hoping for some sort of mechanical problem or something from Jamie, just so he didn't have to work quite so hard with his familiar two rivals, both the strong boats that he's got to run up against now. But he needs a win in order to be in the front row of the final.
We're going to run some numbers here and make sure that that is correct, but I believe it is, because Jamie Nilsen, and again, we have to remind all our fans that these numbers are unofficial only because the boats still have to go through tech inspection, and Lord knows we all know what happened the last time we went through tech inspection. A first place finish was lost by the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. But I'm looking at Jamie Nilsen's numbers here. He had 750 points. Assuming everything goes well in the tech truck, he will pick up 300 points for second place. When I went to school, that was 1,050 points.
That's still the same way now.
Okay, so that hasn't changed. Andrew Tate comes into this with 700 points. So if he picks up a second place finish, 700 and 300, still when I went to school, it's 1,000 points, and 1,050 is a bigger number. So that wouldn't do him any good. Now let's check Gunnar. This will be a little more difficult for you. Gunner's got 855. He just picked 225 points up, so you don't have to do that. 225 points on top of that, he would be at 1,080. So either way, and however you want to slice this, Andrew Tate's got to win this next heat. Assuming these guys get through tech inspection, Andrew's got to win it to get on the front row.
Now, it's something we talked about earlier. You know, as a racer, different drivers are different. I mean, for me, I'm always a little bit leery when we start the weekend out in the first practice session, even dominating.
Everything's perfect.
Everything's perfect, because then you're like, oh, shoot, that was kind of our time for something to go wrong. And for Andrew Tate, he came out here, absolutely crushed qualifying. Nobody could touch him. The boat speed's amazing. Everything just looked like it was falling, all the pieces falling right in order. And now he's got some work to do in the end of the weekend.
So here is a replay of what I believe is the start of the heat. Coming down to the line, yeah, Dave is closing on the right-hand side of the screen. I think that's your start right there. It was a clean start. They called it as such very quickly, and man, it was close.
It was very close.
And it wasn't close, and they were going real slow. It was close, and they both had a lot of boat speed. And there you were getting a good look at the boat ride that Dave got in the 27, the Apollo. The boat is up, it's dancing on its sponsons, and that's what you want. The more you can stay off the water, the better. And there's Dave driving Jamie Nilsen very clean, giving him a lot of room on that inside lane. I think that was key for Dave. Go out, get a good lane, some clean water, stay wide, stay out of trouble. I think he got the speed to cover him, and they did, he did, and assuming everything goes well in the tech truck, you're going to have to deal with Super Dave in the final heat of the APBA Gold Cup. We're talking about points and scenarios and this and that, and not to get ahead of ourselves, because we do have to put everything through the tech truck. However, if it works out the way we are thinking, Tanner, and that indeed nothing changes in the tech truck, and Andrew indeed needs to win this next heat to make it on the front row of the final. Andrew certainly knows that. So does the whole race team. So does Strong Racing.
Of course, they know that they can flush him to the back, and he's probably one of the biggest competitors they have in this championship.
Well, it most certainly is. And while that boat does not carry the number U1 that is indicative of the defending national high points champion, it is that boat and that team and that driver and that crew chief that won the National High Points Championship a year ago, but the boat does not carry that designation because the team was sold, and it is a team honor, not a boat or driver honor. So when we were in Madison, Indiana, the Madison guys could have run with a number 1, but they ran with their tradition.
A very warmed up in his driving suit, Dave, talking to Erica. Let's give him a chance to see how he reflects on that win. Erica.
Dave, you took control of that race and never looked back from there as we watched from the dock. Can you take me through that drive en route to your second win of the day?
Well, we knew we had to make a decent start. The 11 guys are tough, and they're tough on the inside. Wanted to get another second win for the Ratchet family and the Apollo family, which are part of the same culture. So it's a pleasure to do that for them and to do it here in Tri-Cities. You know, that's cool, and we needed to get the points, and our partner, our teammate, needed us to win that too for his point situation. So we clawed ourselves out of the basement today, and we can peek over the stairway, I think, and see that at least our way to the final. So it's a good day.
A job well done. Congratulations to you and the team. We sure look forward to seeing you guys in the final. Guys, back to you.
That's pretty good. They crawled themselves out of the basement, and what he's talking about there is when we walked into the tower here this morning, they were number 7 in points out of 7 boats, and he's sitting now with 864 points. That includes 400 from earlier in the day. Well, you can add another 400 on top of that. They got 1,264 points. He's doing more than just peeking over the top step.
Yeah, Dave putting in an amazing performance. I love he beats up on the whippersnappers every once in a while. I don't know what so that clearly puts me in the non-whippersnapper category, but it's great to see, and he's such a cool cat, and I mean, he's a stiff competitor, but man, out of the boat, he's such a nice guy.
He is, and he's very gracious, and you notice he always checks the boxes. He talks about his sponsor, Apollo. He talks about the family who owns the boat, talks about his teammate and all that. Dave doesn't miss a beat. That's why he's headed for the Motorsports Hall of Fame next spring. This guy is the consummate racer, and he is so good at it. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to our next heat, and here are the drivers and the teams for our Heat 4. And Andrew Tate out of Canton, Michigan. He's a hockey player. He's a hydroplane driver. This guy is a consummate racer. I'm sure he is extremely focused down there. I made the comment this morning that maybe these teams had their number 1 bullet and their number 1 combination sitting in the truck, and they were going to save it for the final. With the situation that Goodman Real Estate is in right now and Andrew Tate in this heat, they may pull that right out for this heat, because without scoring the way we have it in our numbers, without scoring the victory here, he's not going to be on the front row.
Yep. So Corey is he's been amazing all weekend. He's got already over, I mean, he's won everything that he's lined up to. Let's be honest, 1,280 points so far this weekend. Corey's been unstoppable. Hasn't always been easy. There've been some close finishes, but we talked a little bit before about how focused Corey is when the pressure is on. So he's not going to make it easy for Andrew Tate to get that much needed first place, that's for sure. And Corey's going to be going for gold as he has been all weekend.
That's the only way Corey knows how to drive, and the only thing I would say about that is those first place finishes he has had this weekend, he'd trade them all for a second place finish for that first place finish in the final. J. Michael Kelly, his teammate in the U8, the Beacon Electric. Where's Mike? There he is. He has he's got his game face on there. This guy has never, from a qualifying perspective, never has he ever had the fastest unlimited hydroplane. He's never been the top qualifier, yet the guy's got, I think, 17, 18 wins to his credit. He gets the most out of his equipment. He's run real well out here this weekend. He's also had some trouble this weekend. If he and his teammate Corey Peabody can pull it all together right here, they can make it tough on Andrew. But watch Andrew.
Yeah.
Watch Andrew in this one.
J. Michael Kelly's, I mean, his team arguably been working the hardest out here. They've been swapping parts, changing things, trying everything, and then they got rewarded with a win in the heat that, with the emotions that were coming through, it looked like he'd won everything at that point. But it was a much needed boost for the team, little vindication for all the work they put in, and I'm sure it was sweet for him, and he'd probably like more of that today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now looking at this lineup with the two Beacon boats, the 8 and the 9, the two strong racing boats, and Andrew Tate and the Goodman, I'm not concerned. I'm thinking, I'm trying to put myself in the thought process of Andrew Tate. I think he would perhaps, I think he'll take an inside lane if he can get it. But if he can't get an inside lane, I think he'll at least breathe a little easier if maybe it's Kelly in one. But I think Andrew's really concerned. I think he's got to be inside Corey Peabody. I don't think he hasn't been able to drive around Corey yet. 5 minutes to the start. The boats are going to go away from the B end. This should be fun. There's a big match about to take place out on the Columbia River. It's Heat 4B of the 2025 APBA Gold Cup, the 115th running, and it should be a barn burner. J. Michael Kelly, Corey Peabody, Andrew Tate coming your way right now for Heat 4B. Looking for the boats coming out from the far end, and there they are down there. They are all three away from the dock. Buckle up, Mr. Faust. This could be a good one. There is a lot on the line. Andrew Tate got to do something he has yet to do all weekend. That's score a first place finish and put himself on the front row. And the cat and mouse game is going to begin early. So you look at him coming up the backstretch. Andrew's right where he wants to be. He's got the inside lane right now, but watch some of what is going to go on here, because I don't think they're going to just sit there and run like that. Right now, J. Michael Kelly on the left of the screen, he gives it a squirt. He's got enough lead on anybody. He can go anywhere he wants. He can cut the race course now if he wants to. And thanks, Mike, for making me look good for that. I appreciate that there, young man. He comes across the race course, and a perfectly legal maneuver. He can cut across the course there, and so now he is coming down the front straightaway with 3:30 for the start. That is the clock up in the upper cut corner again, and apparently it was a good idea. Everybody liked cutting the course because here comes Corey and Andrew behind him. You see him there on the screen behind it. It's happening quick. Now Andrew's already starting to move here. He tried to give it a squirt coming off that corner, and Corey said, I'm staying right here.
So as long as Corey stays within that rooster tail, then Andrew cannot come over, correct?
That is correct. Now, Andrew couldn't go anywhere there because of where Corey Peabody was. Now, Corey made a left-hand turn and went ahead and cut the race course, but he had Andrew kind of stuck right there in lane 2 where he couldn't have gone anywhere, but Corey wanted to jump to the other side. Andrew's now going to come off of the corner down here, start up the backstretch. You see Andrew down there at the bottom of the screen. Those two little white dots up there at the top end. That is the first one up there is J. Michael Kelly. The second one's Corey Peabody, and he's fallen off plane again. He's dropped off to ground idle one more time.
Honestly, he's got it spinning again, but that is something that's happened to Corey every single weekend this year when he goes to ground idle. Sometimes he blows that thing out, and it's cost him some results and points over the year.
Cost him in Madison, Indiana when that happened. But still, our boats are spread out quite a bit. Looking at the screen there, at the top of the screen, that is Andrew Tate. Now, the way this looks, it looks like Corey Peabody is the second boat coming up there. It looks like he'd be very happy to stay in lane number 2. His teammate, J. Michael Kelly, sitting in 1. We're at 1:55, Tanner. They only have to stay behind the start-finish line at 1:15. Let's see how this plays out. Corey dropped it down again.
Oh, no.
Corey dropped it down again, and here goes Andrew, and he's inside of him. And Corey right now is kicking himself up there because he lost his lane position. He doesn't declare the lane yet. Now watch this, because now Andrew's down. Watch Corey. Corey's going to go around him now. Corey's going to have the opportunity. Now Andrew's down. Watch Corey. Corey's going to go around him now. Corey's going to have the opportunity to jump in on Andrew. Oh, Andrew's in a tough spot right now.
He sure is.
Andrew's in a real tough spot. There's 1:20 until the start. Andrew's getting it spooled up, but he's going to be on the far outside in this one, Tanner.
And honestly, he needs to do nearly race pace if he's going to make it around to the start line. He hasn't even got back up on a plane yet. He's got it refired and spooling up, but he's going to be full race pace to get back up to the start-finish line.
And fans, you could see him in the background there. He is at the apex of the top of the corner, and the other boats are all the way down to the bottom end of the race course. You gotta go, Andrew, and reminder to our fans, he cannot cut the course. He's gotta go all the way down. So Andrew, you gotta go, young man. This is a heat he's got to win. And he has really got himself in a bad spot, and he's only got 40 seconds to get all the way around. He's picking up the right spots, and he's trying to really roll here. Oh my goodness, what a development. They get too fancy sometimes trying to get that inside lane. You put the fire out, and it's all over real quick. You're looking at Andrew Tate there as the leaders go to the entrance pin at the top end of the corner. 4 times around this 2.5-mile race course. It's going to be Kelly in 1. It is going to be Peabody in 2, and it's going to be Andrew Tate chasing the field. Guys, our leaders do not want to jump this start. They're 2-1 mark. Perfectly clean start for sure. We'll get it officially, but there's your 2 strong racing boats. It is indeed a clean start, and it's Kelly in 1, and it's Peabody on the outside. I think Kelly's going to get down there first, and he is. J. Michael Kelly on the inside has got about a 3 or 4 boat length lead on Corey Peabody. Going to be interesting to see how they play this, Tanner.
Now Kelly has lane choice. Peabody certainly had a faster boat in qualifying. We'll see if it stretches its legs a little bit on the ends of these straight. But J. Michael Kelly, man, he performed so well. He was on the inside in the Heat 2, and performance. This will be very difficult for his teammate.
Top end of the race course on the first of 4 times around. Look at Corey come right on the outside. I can tell you what, these 2 guys are not going to back down, and Corey is going to push as hard as he can to get around J. Michael Kelly. Might be easy to say back off. It's not going to happen. Virtually dead even at the end of lap 1 of 4. And unfortunately, there on the left side of the screen behind everybody and coming across start finish right now is an extremely disappointed and upset Andrew Tate. His Gold Cup could be slipping through his fingers right now.
Yep, Corey catches a ripple there on the wave, and J. Michael Kelly's able to stay on the inside of it. Doesn't seem to matter as Corey stretches legs on that back straightaway. With that wider turn and lane, exit speed a little bit better.
He does indeed. Darrell Strong, how about that shot right there? Beacon Plumbing out front, U9. Corey Peabody, second place, the bright red and yellow. Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly. Kelly hanging right on the inside. Good boat racing here. Now, look at that line that you talked about. Yeah, Corey's got a little bit wider line. He keeps the speed up. Mike had a good corner on the inside, but he kind of hit some rough water there. The boat took a hop on him, and I think that's going to cost him a little bit.
He sure did. And it's, you know, after riding in that vintage boat, I can tell you, you can't see those ripples until it's too late. So he's more than halfway through that corner where you even saw those ripples coming. And at that point, all you can do is blast through them and hope for the best.
Bottom end of the race course on the third of 4 times around. And talk about driving somebody clean. Corey's given his teammate J. Michael Kelly a lot of room on that inside lane as they start up the backstretch on lap number 3. And now it's a full rooster tail lead for Corey Peabody over his grade school friend, his neighborhood friend, and his teammate here in the unlimited class, J. Michael Kelly. Andrew Tate, difference right now if everything.
At this point, need to minimize the risks. I mean, teammates are doing each other solid now that they're not hull to hull, but you know, they're already looking ahead to the final at this point.
They are. The white flag is on the race course, which means this is the final lap. Corey's going to get down there with about a rooster tail lead on J. Michael Kelly. There you get a great shot of Kelly coming right at you. Corey's driving it. Whoa, Corey hit a big roller down there. The boat came completely out of the water. You saw it there from the drone. You can see there in the wash halfway through the corner, there's all of a sudden no mark in the water where he really skipped. But he brought the boat down, and you see Mike was able to close up some ground on him there, but he still got basically a rooster tail behind, and that's how quick it can change. This is the final lap. Corey just has to negotiate the top end of the race course, and he will bring it down and pick up 400 more points. It's been a big weekend so far for Corey Peabody, but as I said when we got started, he'd trade all of those first place finishes for the one coming up at 5 o'clock. He is your winner of Heat 4B of the 2025 APBA Gold Cup. Corey Peabody, U9 Beacon Plumbing, second place. We'll go to the U8 Beacon Electric and J. Michael Kelly. And oh boy, here comes a very disappointed and I'm sure upset with himself, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, it sure seems to be a fine line about letting these boats blow out at ground idle. And you know, we'd seen Corey do it a couple times. I don't remember seeing Andrew Tate have that happen to him, but It's unfortunate, and it can change the results drastically.
It can change them very drastically, and now that's going to change very much how these teams approach our final heat, what their thoughts going to be going into it. But unfortunately, we'll run the numbers, and yes, anything can still change. The boats do have to go through tech inspection, so don't write anything in ink. But out on the water looked pretty clean, and it did not look terribly good for Andrew Tate and the Goodman Real Estate U91. They needed a victory in that heat. They didn't get it. He came in with 700 points. He's going to pick up a third place, given everything goes through tech, 700, 225. He's going to have 925 points. That's going to put him behind J. Michael Kelly. It's going to put him behind Corey Peabody. It's going to put him behind Jamie Nilsen and Dave Villwock and Gunnar O'Farrell. So, translation, he will probably be in our trailer position come final heat time. Tough break, and we'd hoped we were going to get a good race out of that one. I know everybody was kind of hoping that Andrew was going to have to earn it and run down a hard-charging Corey Peabody. And Corey was up to the task. He was ready to go. But unfortunately, and to your point, Tanner, I mean, you pointed it out. It's been happening quite a bit. It's been happening to Corey. He went down to ground idle twice during the warm-up period. But when Andrew went down, it took him longer to get it respooled, and he did it very late in the process. And by then it was too late to catch up, and the writing was on the wall.
I mean, it seems like they want to place themselves at a certain spot on the track, and that means accelerating and slowing down. And without any brakes, when they lift out of the throttle aggressively, I think that's when it happens. Now, while they were finishing that last lap, I was just going to comment on the fact that, you can get complacent with the positioning, and they've got, 7, 8 boat lengths between them, but they're still doing 196 miles an hour on the straightaways on the water and still turning into the corners full throttle, carrying 4+ Gs through the turns. And then Corey pops out of the water, just showing how dangerous it is at that very moment. We'll take a look at a couple replays here from that heat.
Let's see what happens here. Here's Corey coming up behind Andrew, and that was where they were coming down the front straightaway, and Corey was in a position where Andrew couldn't do anything. He was going to have to stay. He was at the mercy of Corey Peabody, but Corey went ahead and cut the course and went over to the backside. That was going to put there's the picture right there as the two boats come down across start-finish line for the score up, but at the top end of the course, you could see Andrew Tate still plowing water, trying to get the boat back up and running. A tough run for what was arguably the fastest boat on the race course when we started this weekend, certainly was in qualifying. And it hasn't been that the boat hasn't been quick all weekend. It's run very, very well, but I think at some point you got to tip your cap to Corey Peabody. He's had a heck of a weekend.
He sure has, and it hasn't, just unfolded in front of him. I mean, case in point, he had to relight the thing at the very last second and try to get it spooled up as quick as possible, and then he got a little stroke of luck handed to him there when, Andrew had a similar problem. But it's been like that every single heat. It's been a struggle for him to get necessarily where he wanted to be on the track.
Yep.
It never seemed like he got exactly the lane that he wanted, but he's made it work.
And I think Erica is standing by with what I assume will be a rather happy Corey Peabody, but I'll bet he still has his game face on. Erica, what do you got for us?
Congratulations. There was a lot of talk surrounding this heat race. Who needed to go where, who needed to take what place, but you knew your job and you executed it flawlessly. So can you walk us through that run?
Yeah, I mean, we knew where we needed to be, and, it's always smart to be inside of fast boats, so that's what it was. Unfortunately, I flamed out twice on the backstretch down there, but we were able to get it fired back up and going. It's hard to do it when you're going upriver like that to get him to spool back up, but I was able to do it. Unfortunately, Andrew jumped inside of me when I went down, but, hats off to him for doing that. But we were able to get the win here still and collect 400 more points. We're on the front row in the final. What else can you ask for?
And talking about those moments where you kind of got down on plane, how were you able to remain calm knowing how much was on the line in this heat?
They tell me to stay calm on the radio, so I'm always hearing that, I know what the process I have to do to get it going. I know how long it takes, so looking at the clock, I was fine. Outside of losing, my lane position to Andrew, which is, scary to say the least, but we're able to sit back and go, and then, he flamed out, looks like, and it all worked out for the best, for us. I mean, hats off, great day for Apollo, be here, Goodman, Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric, Flav-R-Pac, all these sponsors. Thank you so much for your help. The fans, thank you. And I'm ready to get in that final.
We look forward to seeing you there. Best of luck to you and the team. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Erica. Great job grabbing Corey right after he got off the boat, and he's taken everything in stride. And I'm sitting here looking at the points when they went into that particular heat. Corey came into that heat with 1,280 points. Now, that's 3 first-place finishes and 80 qualifying points. That's the 1,200. 1,200 and another 400. He's got 1,680. He is a win away from A, claiming a Gold Cup, and B, coming within 20 points of what we call a perfect weekend.
Sure.
And that's top qualifier and winning every heat you get in. But we're ahead of ourselves on that. And believe me, Corey would be the first one to caution. He doesn't care. And as we said earlier in the day, we throw the points out the window once we know who's on the front row of the final. We keep those points for national high points. But as far as the APBA Gold Cup, the one they all want to win, we throw it out the window, and it's who can do 5 laps quicker than the next guy. As we've seen with boats getting in trouble, cutting boats off. We've seen boats going down and flaming out, as Corey just said, dropping off to ground idle. If you thought it was messy for that heat, we're going to do it with 6 boats on the water here coming up in a little bit for the final. Don't miss the milling period. That's when it's going to happen. It decided that particular heat. I think it'll play a big role in the final.
Yeah, it's I mean, so this is the point in the weekend when the championship for the year is done. Corey's done his job. He's collected all those points that he could possibly pick up. Just missed a couple crumbs on the ground, but got everything he could possibly gather. And now he moves on to trying to get the Gold Cup home. And that's certainly what team owner and Strong Racing are here for. So it's a lot. It's still some pressure. And you notice when you talk to people on the deck, there's never too much celebration because it's always a turnaround. Lessons learned, get the data. We need to be a little bit better in the next one because the pressure is going to be on, and he needs to keep that intensity just for another 2 hours.
I liken it sometimes to you don't win the football game in the first, second, or third quarter. You got to win it in the fourth quarter, and the fourth quarter in the APBA Gold Cup has yet to be played, and it's all going to happen in one particular heat. If Corey was to be successful and claim the Gold Cup today, that would be 2 in a row for the young man. He won down in San Diego last year. That'd be a big deal.
That is an amazing deal. And talking you know, to the team owner and family. I mean, everybody's so invested in this, not just from a financial standpoint. This is just an absolute core part of the culture of these families that are involved in these teams. So it's everything. And this, if you just look around this community here, it's just would be such a big deal to take that trophy home. So I love the pressure. It's a lot of pressure, but I love when people rise to the occasion, and Corey is definitely doing that.
Yeah, we're looking at some more replays of the previous heat. So it is now, the stage is set. We've done all the qualifying, all the testing, all the preliminary heats are done. We got to run through a little bit of tech inspection, but assuming that all goes well, now, finally, the APBA Gold Cup is on the line. It's the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. I said I was going to say it a dozen times.
You were lying.
I think I've got 2 more still in the bank here.
At least.
Yeah, it's on the line. It will come out. But it's active. It's the biggest trophy in the world. From Garwood to Bill Munsey to Dean Chenoweth to all of the great drivers who have ever won the APBA Gold Cup. They all say the same thing. It doesn't make any difference what races you won in your career. If you won an APBA Gold Cup, you had a successful career. And once you get your name on your trophy, it's like any other. You never have to lose it. Nobody can ever take it off. Kip Brown won our Gold Cup on the Detroit River in 2013. Kip Brown only won one race in his career. You ask Kipper if he had a successful career, you darn straight he did. He won the APBA Gold Cup, and he is an APBA Gold Cup champion. It is a huge deal, and it's not just in unlimited hydroplane racing. It is in all of powerboat racing. This is the pinnacle, and it's coming up here this afternoon. It's going to be decided 5 laps on a 2.5-mile race course on the Columbia River. I can't wait. The stage is set. I've seen many Gold Cup in my day. I've seen some really, really good ones. I've seen some that were maybe not as good as the others, but they're always big. They're always huge. I just really expect there's going to be some excitement. That 5-minute period is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it will. I mean, I have never seen that many boats on the water at one time. So this will be a first for me. Watching it live is amazing. Hopefully you watching it live with us is almost as good. Next time you need to probably come out to the water side and get it in person. But I'm really looking forward to it, and I love the tension building over the long weekend. I'm a big fan of this endurance factor. That's a factor here in Tri-City. So it's definitely building. There's going to be a lot on the line. There's redemption for Andrew that he's looking for and for his team. There's closing out the weekend on a nearly perfect weekend for Corey. And you got Gunnar, who's just quietly been getting second place everywhere, gathering so many points that these guys are just quietly in the background celebrating after every one of these, and he's got a shot at it. If all else, if there's a big fight up front, even though he's just been cruising around the outside.
3 heats ago, we saw 2 of the 3 boats get 1-minute penalties, and we saw the third get disqualified. So you start getting snippy going after some people. One of those other boats might just be laying there and say, hey, if I can drive clean, I could walk. And we've seen it in Gold Cup history before. It has happened. Anything can happen in sports. Motorsports is no different. H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing is no different. It's been the Columbia Cup. It's been the Tri-City Water Follies this weekend. It's been a wonderful celebration. Great weather. Water is it's been to a cup here very soon. Stay with us. The APBA Gold Cup is not far away. Our field and we'll be back and have the call for Tanner Faust, Brad Luce. Don't go away. Much more racing still to come, including the APBA Gold Cup.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. Welcome back to the start-finish line here in the Tri-Cities of Washington on the Columbia River. My name is Brad Luce. I'm joined on the stage here once again with Brad Haskin from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. And if Mr. Haskin is next to me, that means our Vintage Thunder is on the water, and you'll be able to hear it here momentarily. And welcome back to the broadcast. We've had a little fun talking about this. We're already, I think, a lap and a half into this, but they're looking good. You got all of them still up and running on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, great weekend. I'd like to take a second and thank the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation for sponsoring us this weekend. I hope they got their money's worth. We sure had a lot of fun doing it. In our drivers meeting this morning, we were joking about, well, it is Gold Cup Sunday, and do we want to draw for lanes on this instead of the assigned lanes? So I wouldn't be surprised if coming off of the exit turn on the last lap, maybe the choreographed finish goes away. We'll see.
It might be a little, somebody might give it a squirt.
Just a little bit.
Oh, gosh. Well, what is your next event? Now, we're next weekend, we're going to Seafair. Tell me a little bit about that, because I believe now you guys are involved there, and we'll have more and different boats on the water.
Yes, sir. Next week on Friday, NASCAR driver, 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson is going to be taking the 77 Atlas van lines that Bill Muncie drove out on the course. That's a coordination with us in the Hydroplane Museum and the Hall of Fame down in Daytona Beach. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have our Rolls-Royce Pickle Fork show with the Blue Blaster, the Griffin Bud, the Pay and Pack, and the Squire Shop. So a lot of noise and a lot of cubic inches.
We will not have to tell the fans at Seafair when your vintage boats hit the water. We don't have to tell them here when they hit the water.
No, you'll hear them in Tacoma.
Yeah, absolutely, you will hear them in Tacoma. But the boats have been great. I know sometimes in the years past you brought the boats over here and you've had a little bit of attrition, which I always just attributed to the fact you were trying to be like it really was back in the day. But these have run great. I know there's been a couple of hiccups along the way, but a quick test session later, and they're all back out running great.
Yeah, they're little bugaboos, but guess what? I mean, we were standing there watching the earlier H1 heat races and talking about, oh wow, you know, it's lap 2 and the boats are strung out, you know, and the mind's eye sort of makes the racing back in the day, we forget that there were, you know, if 6 boats went out, 2 came back under power.
That's correct.
You know, so the fact that here it is Sunday afternoon and we have all 5 boats still running under power and making noise and putting smiles on everybody's faces, yeah, it's a great weekend.
How many of those boats have you driven?
None of those. I drive the Squire Shop. I'm one of the drivers of the 79 Squire Shop, and I will be one of the drivers of the 79 Circus when it gets going.
Are you going to drive the Squire at Seafair?
Not planning on it right now. I'm still fairly new to this, and I'm not one of the exhibition drivers, and that I am actually the driver's trainer coordinator for the museum.
Okay.
And that's you know, knowing what my limitations are at this point. So I let the guys that actually do it. John Watkins, who actually was an H1 driver back in the 80s,
right,
or in the 90s, he drives for us, so I'm happy to let him take the exhibitions.
And I think we may have jinxed one of your boats. I think we have lost the 1955 Miss Thriftway. He was trailing everybody down the last time, and this may be the last time they come down, but I think you've only got 4 up there at the top end this time. That's the Blue Chip. And the Blue Chip in lane number 1, the Wahoo is in 2, the Notre Dame in 3, and the Bardall, the low-tailed, low green-tailed Green Dragon Bardall is on the outside. Now, Bradley said they might give a little bit of a squirt here because these guys are men, they are humans, and we'll see what happens. They're coming off the top end of the race course there. Blue Chip's got a little bit of the lead here, but now Tanner, I think, would be happy because here comes the Wahoo a little bit. It just really looks good, but you know what? It sounds even better.
Sounds even better.
Enjoy the roar, ladies and gentlemen.
Up, there we go. Bardall squirting across. David Williams taking it. We were joking earlier today that of the 5 boats that we have here, the only boat that actually won the Gold Cup was the Thriftway.
Right.
So Dane Sorensen felt that it was only his, he had to uphold the honor. But obviously that didn't happen today.
Obviously that
So
didn't.
we're going to award our vintage Gold Cup to David and the Bardall today.
There you go. And the 1955 Thriftway gets a DNF. I think what you could do, maybe you ought to be able to, don't you have bonus points?
Yeah.
Don't you have some elapsed time that we could work in?
Let's go calculate the elapsed times, yes. Absolutely.
That is
somewhere the Detroit contingent is clapping.
Yes,
Tom
they
Deeth
are.
must be very happy right now.
Tom Deeth would be very happy. An inside joke, but not really if you have followed this sport for way too many years, like 65 or 70. There is a discussion about the 1955 Gold Cup, wherein the Detroiters stole it from us.
Indeed.
And we're the Seattle guys here, so all you Detroiters that are throwing something at your screen, well, sorry, but boy, that was the heyday. The Detroit-Seattle rivalry, it didn't get any better than that.
Really. And you know what? It looks like our guys are taking a victory lap one at a time.
As well they should.
Waving hi to the crowd, going
and
around outside to the outer courts markers and waving to everybody.
And you mentioned David Williams, so that's him in the 58 Bardall there, the Green Dragon.
Indeed.
He's waving up a storm.
And Kip Brown is driving our Notre Dame, and Kip is a Gold Cup winning driver, 2013. Kip won it in the U95 Spirit of Qatar.
Yep. We were talking about that earlier. We were kind of hyping the Gold Cup and saying how important a race it is, and if you can only get your name on one trophy, this is the one you want, blah, blah, blah. And I said, Kip Brown, a perfect example. He's got one victory.
Yep.
But man, was it a good one.
So Jer Heiser, who is the driver who took Tanner around, driving the Wahoo, we were standing around this morning, and he was standing next to Kip Brown and Mitch Evans, and he goes, you know, amongst the three of us, we got 2 Gold Cups.
There we go. Very, very good.
So I'd just like to say thank you to Aaron Stevens, race director for down here at the Water Follies, for bringing this back. You know, we love coming down here and racing, and we try to alternate. We bring the 70s pickle forks
right.
and the 50s round bows, and we alternate them year to year. So I look forward to coming back here. It's one of my favorite race sites, and I look forward to coming back here next year and doing it again.
I want to thank you, young man, for coming up here and joining us.
Anytime, sir.
We're going to step into our roll toward the big Gold Cup here. It is coming up. I know you want to get a good seat, but thank you for taking the time to come down here. And thank you on behalf of hydroplane fans everywhere for all the work you guys do at the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum, and thanks for bringing this show. You guys are awesome.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. He is Brad Haskin. We're going to step away right now, and when we come back, we're going to start really building things up for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, the APBA Gold Cup. It's coming up. Stay with us. out to see his first Gold Cup final heat. I'm Brad Luce. We've been on board with you all weekend. Now we can throw the points out the window. Our teams have made their way into the final heat. It is a winner take all. The points got them to the final, but now we can toss them out the window. 5 times around a 2.5-mile track, somebody's going to etch their name on a big piece of hardware.
Absolutely. I mean, the points are great for the championship, but this weekend is really all about the gold, right? So everybody push the reset button, gets on the water, and it's going to be an absolute battle to the finish.
And anybody that knows me and has listened to us this weekend knows I'm not getting out of here without this line. One more time. It is the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. It's the APBA Gold Cup, and it's next. Put it in words, man.
I mean, I'm speechless. And, you know,
Traveling George, you did it again. Oh, man.
In the heart of eastern Washington, where the Columbia, Snake, and Yakima rivers converge, lies a region known for its sunshine, science, and speed. Richland, Pasco, and Kennewick, known as the Tri-Cities, are home to one of the most iconic stops in unlimited hydroplane racing. It all began in 1965 when a group that would eventually become the Tri-City Water Follies' first board members took a trip to the World Championship race at Lake Tahoe. They hoped to learn how to host an unlimited hydroplane race. The following year, the Atomic Cup was born, and with it, a 60-year racing tradition that would grow into a premier event on the H1 Unlimited circuit. The Tri-Cities became known not just for its fast water, but for its large crowds, its blistering summer heat, and the unmatched passion of local fans. Over the decades, the Tri-City Water Follies has seen legendary moments, unforgettable finishes, and record-setting speeds. Names like Bill Munsey and Dean Chenoweth, Chip Hanauer and Dave Villwock have battled it out here, chasing glory and leaving wakes of history. But this event is about more than just racing. It is a regional celebration, from the air show to the RC hydroplanes, all centered around the roar of turbines and the spray of rooster tails on the Columbia River. For H1 Unlimited, the Tri-Cities isn't just another race. It's a cornerstone, a place where the sport thrives, traditions endure, and legends are made.
The oldest active trophy in motorsports, the crown jewel of boat racing, a legacy that defines careers. The Apollo APBA Gold Cup holds so much prestige. Every driver's dream is to have their name etched in its legacy. Few will ever achieve it. Who will claim glory? Who will rise to the top? One name will join or rejoin all of these legends.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, it's really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. Hello again, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line. I don't know what about you, Tanner, but that build-up right there, those pieces we just watched, I've got goosebumps going over here. You know I'm a big boat race fan. This is it. This is the pinnacle. It's the final heat of the Gold Cup. I loved Erica's piece there with the cup. Did you get an opportunity to get up close and personal with the cup and really see it?
I haven't. I will. I will at the end of the day today. I mean, there's a lot of people around. It literally has a security guard standing next to it at all times. But what a buildup, not even just in the video, but over the last 2 days. It really has been building intensity, building competitiveness between the drivers. The stories have kind of unfolded in interesting ways. Top qualifier, struggling to even make the final. Now he's on the back row. I mean, there's so much going on. And a lot of teams overcoming the struggle that they've had, not just this weekend, but all year. So it's been great the way it's unfolded. But like we said before, and like in that intro video, you push the reset button now, and now it's really just all about winner takes all.
Yeah, we talk about Corey Peabody. He's had a great weekend. He's won all his preliminary heats. He'll trade most of those for one in the final heat. I loved the piece, the no words piece, and a couple of my interviews were in there. I'll never forget when I interviewed Corey there, and he had just lost his father, and he dedicated the Gold Cup to his father. He wore his credential inside his driver's suit, and it was very emotional when he got that victory. But they all are, because it is that big a deal, and it's about to happen. We have our field. We are set, so let's take a quick look at it, and we can take a look at the points and how everybody got here and who's in it, who's on the front row, and what it's going to take to win. Our top point getter, you just alluded to it, Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. 4 of his preliminary heats. He was our second fastest qualifier. He comes in with 1,680 points. He'll take those for the national high points, throw them out the window. He's on the front row of the final. That was mission 1. Our number 2 boat in points this weekend, and kind of a surprise here, it's the U-27. It's Dave Villwock in the Miss Apollo. They came into today in 7th place. Now they are second in points at 1,264. Do not count out Mr. Villwock in this final heat.
Yeah, no, he's certainly shown that he's always going to be there, and he got that second place with some, I mean, not the cleanest way. He had penalties involved there, right? So,
yep.
So he could have placed even higher.
Our third boat in points coming into our Gold Cup finale is the U8, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. He comes in with 1,229 points. And I love this one, our 4th place boat, the Spirit of America, U21, with young Gunnar O'Farrell. Been keeping his nose clean all weekend and just scoring points and scoring points. He comes in with 1,080 points. Again, you throw him out the window, but he's been very consistent. Enough people make a mistake out in front of him, stranger things have happened.
I mean, he's been getting the job done. And the last time, of course, I saw him drive was out here at testing, and right out there next to going into the second corner, he had 196 mile an hour blowover. And he's been putting the work in, getting that boat working, and it looks beautiful on the water, and he's just been raking the points.
He has, and that's what it's all about in the prelims. And our 5th boat, our final boat on the front row for the final heat, we're going to put 5 on the front row, is the U11, the Flav-R-Pac, and Jamie Nilsen. They come in with 1,050 points. Again, throw the points out the window now because they're on the front row of the final. We'll take a look at national high points later. Right now, it's the APBA Gold Cup. So your 5 boats are the U9, Corey Peabody, the U8, J. Michael Kelly, the U27, Dave Villwock, the U21, Gunnar O'Farrell, and the U11, Jamie Nilsen. We will have a 6th boat on the water, and it will be the U91, the Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate, top qualifier, but 925 points on the weekend. It wasn't enough to put him on the front row. He's going to have to start 5 seconds behind the field, and literally he's not going to be involved in the outcome of the event.
Now, you did say that somebody, I forget what year it was, but you did say that somebody did win from the second row. What were the circumstances there?
There was an asterisk by that. We were running turbine hydroplanes at the time, and we were running some turbine and piston hydroplanes at the time, and the turbines were all out front on the front row, and turbines and salt water don't get along. And we really hadn't come up with the technology of the extended snorkel on the front of the boat to keep the salt out of the motors, and literally attrition. Let's just say it played a huge role when everybody in front of you goes down.
Well, attrition is one thing these turbine boats are amazing at avoiding now that it's been several years since then, but incredible, some 94% finish rate on these boats over the years, and we've seen very little mechanical issues out here besides one prop lost, and that was an unfortunate end for Jeff Bernard, but 6 boats running, and so from the second row for for Mr. Taylor would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, it's tough. We all hope he would have been up on the front row. It would have been just added another element or another layer to our APBA Gold Cup final. But he's going to be out there on the water, and we got to look at the boats that did make it because they earned their way there. And unfortunately for Andrew, they had issues along the way and didn't get there. And that's part of the Gold Cup. It is an endurance race. We've talked about it all weekend. We got the extra set of heats, and so you got to be good all weekend. And he was really good right out of the box, and actually he was really good. It was that one miscue with tech inspection that really killed him. That cost them 400 points because they won that heat. The other two boats that were with him both had 1 minute penalties, the 8 and the 9. He won the heat, and then he lost it in the tech truck. You put 400 points on top of their total right now, and they'd be on the front row all right. So anything can happen.
Yeah, sure, and that was an N2 violation. So it's typically something, from my understanding, and I haven't talked specifically with the Goodman team about this, but a lot of the teams, there's a light on the dash, and the driver is somewhat responsible for pumping out of the gas to keep the N2 from going over there, but they really push the limit. They have, I think, a 5-second time frame, and they're able to pop out of the gas and reset that clock every so often. But if you let it run too long, you get the violation.
And that's unfortunately what happened to them. So that's water over the dam. They will be out there. They'll be on the water, but they won't be on the front row. So once again, our starting grid, if you will, for the APBA Gold Cup, the 115th running. It's going to be Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. His teammate, J. Michael Kelly, in the U8, the Beacon Electric. Dave Villwock aboard the U27, the Miss Apollo. Gunnar O'Farrell in the Spirit of America, the U21, and rounding out our field, Jamie Nilsen in the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. It should be fun. The 9, the 8, the 27, 21, and the 11. And we're starting to get close. I can feel some of the tension talking to the people here on the shoreline. We're starting to get close to that. I believe we're going to toss it now to Mr. Brent Hall. I believe Brent has had an interesting conversation and down in the pit area. Let's throw it down to Brent, and I know he's helping to build the conversation about the Gold Cup. Trust me, they're getting real anxious for it down the pit area too. Absolutely. Brent, what do you got for us?
So Mike, I'm so glad you agreed to do an interview with me. Not something you always love to do, but glad you're here.
True, yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, so maybe let's warm up. Talk about how you even got started with boat racing.
It started with my dad, like most of the guys here. My grandfather raced outboards when he was a kid. Then my dad raced outboards until he got married, and then had a family, Jeff and I and my sister. So he had to stop racing, like a lot of people do.
Yeah, we've done it.
There's no money, you know. So then in 1967, he went to a boat show in Portland, Oregon, at the Memorial Coliseum, and just talked to a bunch of guys and decided he wanted to get back into racing.
Yep.
He didn't want to be on his knees and pull ropes anymore, so he went inboard racing.
Yep.
And he designed his own boat.
Wow.
He built his own trailer, built the motor, because we didn't have a lot of money, so he did it all himself. And raced it in 1968 the first time, and it was a total disaster. It didn't even have a rooster tail. It was so slow.
Oh my gosh, no.
And then by working on it like he did, my dad was really good. He wasn't, a lot of real educated, but he was just a crafty guy.
Sure.
And then 3 years later, that same boat was second in the nation.
Wow.
And it was unbelievable.
So you all crept up on it.
Crept up, just kept going and going. And then that's how I got started in 1968, pushing the boat in the water, holding the trailer and things like that. Jeff and I did.
Yep.
And that's where we started learning our things. We'd be in the garage watching Dad, do stuff, and he designed every boat he ran. And the funny part is, the last boat that he and I ran together was a kneeler, just like an outboard that he said he didn't want to do. It was a kneeler with a hand throttle on it, but my dad set a world record in it. I set a world record in it. And it was a really fast boat. Yeah. That's how we got started.
Okay. And so when you're watching the boat, you watch it different than anybody else. What are the things that you're looking for?
It's depending on the corners of the straightaways. You're trying to see whether the skid fin's holding. Is it digging the right side in? Is it lifting up the left side down the straightaways? Mike's a prime example. He likes to fly the right side. Yeah, he likes to fly the right side. And it was when we first got here, that boat was really hung the right side a lot.
That's right.
So we did a lot of weight shifting, a lot of movement. And now we've got it running really well.
Yeah.
So we just give the boat what it needs,
That's right. Maybe let's end with this. What are you most proud
of? Boy, that's hard to say. I've done everything that I've set out to do. I've got 10 national championships. I've got 11 Gold Cups. So I'm not here just to add pile on numbers.
No.
I enjoy watching boats run. There's nothing better. There's just nothing cooler than a boat, especially when you're out there and you're right next to some. It's the neatest thing in the world. But
That's right.
I'm proud of just, Jeff and I, we've been able to do it for this long, and people still want us to be around and work on their stuff. And I think that's what I'm happy to do that. I'm getting old, but I still like doing it.
And that's a great way to close. And I just say, there's some people who are really proud of you. They call you Uncle Mike.
Yeah, they do that.
Kelsey was the one like, hey, you got to interview Uncle Mike. And I'm so glad that we got a chance to do that.
It'll be Grandpa Mike here pretty soon.
Grandpa Mike coming up. All right, well, that's good. We can add new titles. But
there you go.
Mike, what a pleasure to spend some time with you. And H1, we're out.
Uncle Mike and Grandpa Mike there. I know Mike Campbell quite well. He's really a good guy. As you could tell from that interview, he's very soft-spoken, but extremely knowledgeable. And his brother, Jeff Campbell, is the crew chief on the U8 and the U9. So the Campbell brothers, that's a pretty well-known name in H1 Unlimited Racing. They know their stuff, if you will. And I enjoyed that piece very much because he said, he's getting old, but people still want to have him around. And there's still a lot of knowledge up there in the old noggin that can help people win boat races. So good conversation there by our Brent Hall. So back to the Gold Cup. We could talk about this thing. I could, probably talk about this all night long. But the people, we talk about how important it is to put your name on the Gold Cup. And if you're a powerboat racer, that's what you want to do because that is the biggest trophy. And once you get your name on that trophy, though, it's like everybody knows who you are, certainly around this sport. And I'm going to tell a story real quick about a boat back in 1976. It was called the Miss US for U.S. Equipment Company out of the Detroit, Michigan area. And the boat was owned by a man by the name of George Simon. And George Simon had started racing his Miss US hydroplanes back in the 1950s. And he raced back in Detroit. He came out to Seattle and raced his boats in Seattle. It was a very famous name. And he loved racing. But he could never really win. He won a couple of races here and there, but never really the big thing. And then in 1974, he invented a Ron Jones pickle fork cab over boat, and he found this guy named Tom Deeth, and he wanted Tommy to step in it and drive it. Well, in 1976, the bicentennial, they had the Gold Cup on the Detroit River, and the Gold Cup was won that day by Tom Deeth in the Miss US. It was very fitting during the bicentennial that a boat, Miss US, red, white, and blue, of course. Would win the Gold Cup in 1976. But if you ever get up close and personal with the Gold Cup, there's a lot of little subliminal messages on the cup itself, on the little medallion. And if you go to 1976, you will look at the very bottom of the medallion in very small numerals. Right at the very bottom, it says 26. And I had the Gold Cup in my house for a while, and I read every one of those things and was finding all these little interesting stories, but I didn't know the story of the 26. I didn't know where it came from. So I started asking people, and we went to Tom Deeth's, some people who knew Tom very well. We went to some members of the Simon family. George was gone, but we went to some members of his family. They didn't know. We finally got to Tom Deeth's son. He goes, I know what it was. He says, I'll tell you exactly what it was. George Simon wanted that 2-6 on the bottom of that medallion. Took him 26 years to win it. So it was just his little message. And to top off that boat race, people know who you are. Tom Deeth is in town this weekend. And I understand our Brent Hall had an opportunity to catch up with the man who is also a member of the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. Tom Deeth, I think he's going to sit down here with Brent Hall. This should be interesting.
Well, I'm honored. I'm here It's just sitting down at a table having a conversation, just me and you. You know, and a couple other areas that we were going to touch on is obviously the Gold Cup.
The Gold Cup?
We're here at the Gold Cup.
Yes.
I'm going to say you're the most tenured person on that Gold Cup that we can interview today.
Yep.
And you're going to be honored with delivering that.
The presentation to the winner today, and that's going to be exciting for me too.
Yeah.
You know, because I had former winners present the Gold Cup to me, and it meant very much.
Yeah.
You know, so all the superstars in the sport, such as Dave Villwock is, he's a Gold Cup winner, and it means a lot to have the other Gold Cup champions in attendance to share in Cup, you know, the victory.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of emotion. We can thank Corey Peabody for that idea.
Yep.
And, you know, we'll see who you get to hand it off to. It's going to be wild. So
it'll be a wild celebration, and it means a lot to have the other Gold Cup champions in attendance share in, you know, the victory.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of emotion. We can thank Corey Peabody for that idea.
Yep.
And we'll see who you get to hand it off to. It's going to be wild. So
it'll be a wild celebration. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, same here. So maybe let's close with this. Let's close with, there's a race that's missing that we really all want to see back. And I know you might be a part of it. So
I am a part of it. Everybody wants the race back in Detroit.
Yes.
They have been racing there continuously since 1916, so it was the mecca of powerboat racing for over 100 years.
Yep.
And it did go bankrupt. I stepped forward and put up my own money and formed a new club and successfully put the event on, and then turned the reins over to the board of directors, and it was going great. Then in 2019, unfortunately, things got shut down in our country, and for the last 6 years we have not had a boat race in Detroit. Commodore Tom McGinnis, obviously my connections with those companies, are spearheading an effort to bring the Gold Cup back to Detroit 2026 for the 250th anniversary of our country.
Let's go. Let's
go. I picked the date, June the 27th, ironically, which 50 years ago, I won the Gold Cup in Detroit, June the 27th in the Miss US. So that's the date I picked, and I also picked a backup date in case we got weathered out for the week after the Madison traditional gate 4th of July weekend. So it's in the hands of H1 right now.
It is.
I want a date, and I want to know how much. I want those 2 dates. And I want to know how much money it's going to cost our group to bring the boats to Detroit again. The rest of it we can take care of.
Oh, I love that. And it's amazing how things are coming together. There will be some history again there.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to talk to you in Detroit, and hopefully I'm racing there too. But boy, Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've been waiting to interview you for a long time, and I've been a fan. I've watched your videos, so just honored to be here with you. And H1 fans, I hope you enjoyed it too.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. I've watched you too.
Oh, man, honored. H1 fans, thank you.
Well, thank you, Brent Hall, for sitting down. I noticed he got to sit down in a nice air-conditioned trailer. What are you and I doing wrong?
I don't know. It's like 90 degrees out here. We got fans blowing from every direction.
Yeah, and every time we see he and Erica, you know, they're kicked back somewhere. It looks pretty good. We need to renegotiate a little bit.
They put their beers out of that shot, though.
I thought that was nice, too.
That's considerate.
It was good to see Tom Diether. I haven't seen Tom since the last year back in Detroit. He was wearing his HydroFest shirt. I've got one of those. I worked with Tom at that event in 2018 back in Detroit. And Tom obviously is very passionate about wanting to not only get a race back in Detroit, but get the APBA Gold Cup back there. And there's a lot of people that feel the same way. I can tell you that very often, in more instances than not, when we have H1 Unlimited board meetings, we are talking about Detroit. Everybody wants to come back there. We've just got to find a way to do it. And it's people like Tom Diether and H1 Unlimited that are going to make it happen. So I'm not hanging up the cleats here and hanging up the broadcast until I at least get one more trip back to Detroit. It is, you should see this venue. Chip Hanauer once called it the Yankee Stadium of boat racing, and it truly, truly is. You want to talk about a treacherous race course.
It sure sounds like it. It comes close to the shore. It sounds like high speed directly at the shore and making completion of those turns. But so our schedule here moving forward, I mean, amazing to hear about the history of the series, the history of this race, and the history of what's happened on this shoreline right here. Moving forward today, we do have the GP final before H1.
Yep.
And that is what's up next, and we're just waiting for boats to get grabbed by cranes and have those put in the water, and then we'll be moving on to that.
So I think we're going to step away. We're going to step away and take a quick break while they put those boats in the water. You and I are going to get a bottle of water, and we're going to get cooled off and maybe find something air-conditioned if Brent will let his secrets out and tell us where we go. But no, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to step away, get some fresh water. Then we're going to come back, and it's going to be bang, bang. We're going to go Grand Prix America, final heat at the 2025 APBA Gold Cup and the Grand Prix final of the Tri-City Water Foley. So it is all coming up. The two big ones are next, Grand Prix followed by H1 Unlimited. For Tanner, this is Brad. For Brent and Erica, we'll be right back. Don't go away because the Gold Cup is on deck. Back on the start-finish line here on the Columbia River, Brad Luce, and we are getting ready for our Grand Prix America final heat here at the 2015 Columbia Cup, the Tri-City Water Follies, and we are about ready to go racing. You see the clock ticking down. We're about ready to go with our Grand Prix America final. We're going to send it down to the pit area, down to Brent Hall. He's standing by with a report from the pits. Brent, take it away.
Hey, Brent Hall here, getting ready for the final GP America. You can follow along with me on their Facebook page, Grand Prix America Hydroplanes. We got 6 boats in the final. We got Jeff Bernard in the GP 79, hard charger, top qualifier. Austin Eckert won a heat. He's really excited about that. He's going to try and get lane 1 and mix things up. Greg Hopp found some new speed with a new propeller and an engine tune from Ed Trehe. Kevin Eckert, he's definitely trying to find his way back to the top, but we know he can get there. John Shaw with Cool Cat Motorsports, GP 135, another great driver. And then we're going to round it out with Josh Harnack. And I know they've had some struggles, but I'll tell you what, he's a hard charger. Let's get ready. They're about to rumble. The count's going on. Back to you, Brad and Tanner.
Thank you very much, Brent Hall, and this is why I like working with Brent. He makes my job very easy. I'm sitting here with the list of boats that are going to run in our Grand Prix America final. As you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them there dockside, there is a 6th one all the way down to the left. I believe that would be Jeff Bernard all the way down to the left because he was pitted in the unlimited pit area. But Brent did a great job of running down our final field for Grand Prix America. We'll do it again. And not only did Brent run down the final field, but he did it in order of their lane assignments. He did it from inside out. Coming up on that 5-minute mark, we'll go through the field again, but it's Jeff Bernard's going to be in lane 1. Austin Eckert's going to be in 2. Hopper will be in 3. Then it's Kevin Eckert in 4. John Shaw in 5. Josh Harnack in one of the 2 bright yellow boats. He will be on the outside. 3 seconds, 2, 1, mark. Now we'll start watching the noses come out. Is that John Shaw? I think it will. Or Jeff Bernard up on the far left-hand side of the screen. Going to be the boat on the left and the boat on the right are going to come out on the water. There is Jeff Bernard at the GP 79. He will come out on the race course. John Shaw will come out with him. John in the GP 135 should be a blue and black hydroplane. He will come out. So we've got 2 of our boats away from the dock, and you're seeing what a gorgeous, glorious afternoon it has become here on the Columbia. Not that it was bad earlier. It has been a beautiful day all day. We've got 3 of our 6 boats away from the dock. This is a clock start, very similar to H1 Unlimited with the 2 big exceptions. One being there is no score up buoy, so they don't have to worry about coming across start-finish line at a particular time before the start. That's one difference. The other is there is no fighting for lane position out here. These lanes have been assigned. They have earned these lanes. And the guy who's had the best weekend so far is Jeff Bernard. That's him coming into the top end of the race course there. See if he doesn't, Mal. It's a little early maybe to do that. They really want to warm up these engines and get the oil pressure up and get it warm. These aren't those turbines. So I think you'll see him just take it a little bit easy here at first. This time down, maybe next time he will put a timing run on it, but he's got to make sure everything is up and running the way he wants it for the start. Jeff Bernard, GP 79. What you heard in the background there was John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. He's going to pull up down by, there he is there on the screen. He's going to pull up by Jeff Bernard. He made a hard run at the start-finish line. John Shaw in that GP 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports. This is an extremely fast hydroplane, but they had a tough day yesterday. They did not run well in their first heat. If I remember correctly, they did not answer the bell for their second heat yesterday, and that cost them dearly and has got them out into lane 5. But this is an extremely fast hydroplane. They found some gremlins in it overnight, and they feel very confident. as does the GP15 with Greg Hopp, what you're looking at right there. Happy-Go-Lucky Racing, they've had that name slapped on that hydroplane as long as I can remember. They are running here under the sponsorship of Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Greg Hopp sits behind the wheel. His dad, Jerry Hopp, just to my right, talking to his son on the race course. That boat ran extremely well the last time out, and they were able to run away from Jeff Bernard, but now they're going to have to do it from a further outside lane. There's the Cool Cat Motorsports on the right, and that's Josh Harnick on the left as they come across start-finish line with 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Getting loud and proud on the Columbia. It's final heat time, ladies and gentlemen. We've had 3 great days of entertainment here on the Columbia River, and it's time to pull out the big trophy, not just for H1 Unlimited, but this is a big one. This is a crown jewel for the Grand Prix America class as well. 130 as you ride along with John Shaw. Look at that right there. Man, you got Kevin Ekrit right next to him. Now you jump over to that boat there, the boat they call the Freak. You saw it on the sponson there. Sometimes called the Charger, but it's got the Freak on the deck right above the sponson. I like that. 116. The boats are all now started to head down to the bottom end of the race course. You see them all cutting the course there. That is a perfectly legal maneuver, but the key here is they don't have to worry about somebody jumping in front of somebody else and taking a lane away, because the lanes are assigned. So we've got 5 of our boats down the bottom end of the race course. Josh Harnick is just now coming across start-finish line. Josh is off the pace here. I think he can catch up if the boater will allow it, and if he does, he is in the outside lane anyway. That is Josh you're looking at right there as he comes under the screen. But the race is out front. 30 seconds. They are dead straight across the start-finish line from our broadcast position here on the start-finish line. Let's run them down one more time. Jeff Bernard, GP79 in 1. The 17, Austin Ekrit in 2. Hopper, GP15 in 3. Kevin Ekrit is in 4. John Shaw is in 5. Harnick on the outside. Inside 10 seconds to the start. Grand Prix America final. I'll tell you what, Austin Ekrit, if he's on time, is going to get the jump. Ekrit with 2, 1. Really close. I don't know. Hopper retarded the throttle as they hit the start-finish line. Greg Hopp is going to be last going down to the lower corner, save for Harnick, who is behind the field. Coming out of the turn at the bottom end of the race course, there he is from the inside lane. It is Jeff Bernard, but he has got company, and it's awesome. Austin Ekrit in the GP17, the Miss Renee. He's right with him. These two have fought for years in Region 10 racing in all different types of classes, but right now it's Bernard by about 5 boat lengths as they enter the top end of the race course. Jeff Bernard hit a little bit of rough water up there, took a big hop, but he set her down good. And I tell you what, Ekrit doesn't want to let him go. That start was close, and Bernard is down. He has lost power, and he is down. He is out of it. Now it is Austin Ekrit who is out front, but did he jump the gun? Oh, we're going to have to really watch this one. If he did jump the gun, if it's possible that Ekrit jumped the gun, Greg Hopp suddenly finds himself, and now you are losing Austin Ekrit, so that becomes a non-deal, a non-factor. It is Greg Hopp on lap 2 of 3. He is all by himself. He's got a 2 rooster tail lead up the backstretch. Holy cow, what a turn of events. Our leader was Jeff Bernard, then it was Austin Ekrit. Now it is Greg Hopp. His dad just to the right of the ear headphones on. He's holding them tight against his ear so he can hear and he can talk to his son Greg. Greg spins out now wide, comes on down. He will pick up a white flag. We'll verify it's a white flag. We're showing the final lap. It will be the final lap. We're not sure about the flags, but they are indeed on the final lap, and everybody will run just 3, but it's all Greg Hopp out front. Then it is John Shaw, the Cool Cat Motorsports GP 135, and then it is back to Kevin Ekrit in the GP 10. So up the backstretch, there is that low-profile GP15 happy-go-lucky, and if this stands and everything's legal, they would be very happy. They caught a break, maybe a little lucky. Happy-go-lucky might work well for the team that runs under the sponsorship of Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Top end of the race course, Hop thinks he won because he's coming all the way out wide. He's coming out to give it up for the fans. Give it up for Greg Hop, GP15. He's across. And oh boy, did Papa Hop throw a fist in the air. He thought that was good. John Shaw will come home in second place. Look at Greg Hop. He's already got the lid open on the GP15. Third place is going to go to Kevin Eckert in the GP10. Oh my goodness. What a final heat. There's Greg. Everybody give it up. This guy loves to interact with our fans. He's got the lid open. He's waving in there. Greg Hop, young man out of Snohomish, Washington. This is an older hull. They work so hard on it. And there is a guy who arguably had the toughest day of anyone today. His day started with a test run in the U-12, the Graham Trucking. They spun a blade off the propeller, caused a lot of damage to the boat. So they withdrew from the unlimited class. He had everything going his way in GP79. He led the first lap. Unfortunately, did not complete that first lap before going dead in the water. A tough day for Jeff Bernard. And our Tanner Faust is not sitting here with the headset on, but he is within shouting distance, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, I know our two intrepid pit reporters down there know Greg Hop very well. When he wins, you hold the microphone up to him and then you step way back because he likes to yell and have fun. Nobody enjoys a win more than Greg Hop. Now, he may save that for the trophy presentation, but as we saw here on the tower just to our right where the spotters were, the fist went up from the GP15 racing team. They were ecstatic, and you got to be happy for them. This is an old boat. I think I mentioned it was built back in 1992. They almost completely rebuild this boat every year, and it's old, it's narrow, can't get through the corners like the other. First to tell you, he did not get a good start. I think Greg thought he was early. He pulled his foot. He lost all his momentum, and everybody went by him at the start. I think I mentioned he was the last one to get down into turn one. Tough break for him, but then the two boats out in front of him, they both broke. And sometimes you'll take that break, no pun intended, and walk off with the big trophy. So it looks like Greg Hop going to be our winner of our Grand Prix America final. Congratulations to those guys, the Old Trapper Beef Jerky, Stettner Electric, and they are going to do some celebrating down there for sure in that camp, as well they should. Greg Hop, now we begin to shift our focus here a little bit. There's really only one thing left to do, and that is put our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the water and decide the 115th running of the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. Tough break there, looking at Austin Eckert. They've been working really hard on that boat. Last year, if you remember this boat, it looked a little different, but the hull was the same. Austin Eckert had a tough time getting out of his own way and completing heats. It just didn't want to run. They've come a long way with that boat, and as you saw in this particular heat, it was pretty quick, and they ran very well in that final. Unfortunately, they just didn't run long enough. So tough break for Awesome Austin, tough break for Jeff Bernard, but when those types of things happen, somebody is the recipient of it, and the recipient of those bad breaks for those guys was Greg Hop, and he'll take it. Working my way back over to our booth here, I'm going to join Tanner Faust, and we're going to start talking about the build-up to this APBA Gold Cup.
Well,
back here on the start-finish line following the completion of a very eventful Grand Prix America final heat. And I believe our Brent Hall is standing dockside with our winner, Greg Hopp. He's got the obligatory bottle of water. I'm sure he's happy. Brent, take it away.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the Grand Prix final, Greg Hopp in the GP15. Wow, what a race. So I got to talk with you the first time, and you had some magic that came, and the magic came again. So just talk to us about what you felt.
Yeah, you know, made a propeller change this morning, and it paid off for us. And we're coming down to the start here, and one of the boats jumped for sure. I wasn't sure about the other one, but just kept running hard. I didn't want anyone else to pass me. I knew I was at least second, and then the other boat went down, and I just kept running hard. Don't let anyone get around me, and we brought the old Trapper beef jerky boat home in first place.
Yes, you sure did. I know you got Overturf, and you got several sponsors. But you know, you got a hype man here. So why don't you introduce yourself? I know this is non-traditional, but I love bringing new people in the sport. Introduce yourself to the fans.
My name is Russ, and I'm one of the crew for the GP15, and I help my dad with the electrical work.
And you have a nickname. What's the nickname?
Turbo Sparky Jr.
Turbo Sparky Jr. So, Greg, though, I know there's a lot to be proud of. We walked past your dad. We walked past your mom. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, this is a family sport. I got both my sons are here. My dad's been racing out here forever. I used to be like him. I was working on the boats and getting them ready, and then graduated up to driving them. And my dad's my radio guy, and we got the whole family here. This is great.
Well, there's a tradition, and I know you did it earlier, but it's time to do it again, and I think you're going to help him, Russ. All right, you guys count it out.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Woo!
There you have it, the end of the GP race. What a weekend. Back to you.
And with an interview with Greg Hopp, there's only one way to end that interview. You're going to hear it again at the awards ceremony, except it'll probably be louder knowing him. But Turbo Sparky, did you ever have anybody on one of your race teams with a good little nickname like that?
Turbo Sparky Jr.? No. I wish I would have thought of that. I haven't. One mechanic didn't know my last name. He knew it started with an F, and he started calling me Foxy. And that sadly stuck for a long time till I just got too old to be called that. But yeah, Turbo Sparky. I love that it's such a family affair here. You know, you've got multi-generations in many of the teams, and they make more than a week out of it. And they're staying for the week because just next weekend in Seattle, most people are just transitioning there, having a little bit of a long weekend down there and getting ready for the race next weekend.
But I heard you're leaving.
I am.
And you're coming back.
I'm leaving, and I'm coming back. You know, I got goats and chickens I got to attend to. And then, literally, I wish I was making that one up. But then, yeah, I can't wait for that race. But far, out of any of the races that I've been to, even testing event, the conditions have been so prime. Just a little bit of ripple. In that GP race, and I know I wasn't on the booth with you, but I was watching, we saw a lot more wake build up. Is that just the extra lap number of boats? I mean, must be a combination of the two.
It is a combination of the two, but you're going to see that really exacerbated here in the Unlimited final, because the most boats we have had on the water has been 4. Now we're going to have 6. And we're going to take a look at our field now because, ladies and gentlemen, we are 9 minutes and 18 seconds from the start of the 115th running of the APBA U27, the Miss Apollo. There it is. It is in the water, getting ready to go. The boat is driven by the man himself, the winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited. He is Dave Villwock, 67 victories, 10 Gold Cups. He comes into this heat. He was number 7 in points when we got here this morning, and now he's number 2 with 1,264 points. Let's take a look at the next boat that's going to be on the dock, because they are all there. We're going to have boats out on the water here in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. What a great shot there. Look at all the color there in a late afternoon sun. We got Jeff Bernard's boat there. Now you are looking at the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, as Jeff Bernard walks in front of the picture there and heads on down the dock. U91, Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. There's the young man coming up there from Canton, Michigan. He's looking pretty proud right there and pretty rough and tumble. He's disappointed right now. However, he cannot let that bother him. He's got to drive that out of his head. He's just got to go out there and drive the best race he possibly can and let the chips fall where they may.
Never know what's going to happen. I mean, he had a target on his back the whole weekend. That's what happens when you qualify #1 right off the bat.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it didn't lay out his way. He had some things, unlucky things, and had some just some problems. But here he is in second row, and like you've said, it's happened before, and it could happen again that he could win from the second row.
The U9, the Beacon Plumbing, boy, have they had a weekend. Second fastest qualifier. He has won 4 straight preliminary heats, he being Corey Peabody. And there he is looking tough. And he's feeling pretty confident, I think. Remember, since he joined Strong Racing in 2020, he has never lost on the Columbia River. And he feels he's got to have the back of his owners, Daryl and Vanessa Strong, who live just across the pond here over on the Pasco side. He takes that stuff personal. I know that man right now is riveted as far as being focused.
Well, he has had an amazing weekend. He hasn't probably thought in the last few minutes at all about the last few days, because it's really all about what's right ahead of him, and he certainly has the intensity to get the job done.
Here's J. Michael Kelly's ride, the U8, his teammate of Corey Peabody, but he's a teammate until they leave the dock. There's J. Mike. Young man has won 2 Gold Cups, would love to claim a 3rd right here on the Columbia River. He's won here before. He knows what it takes. The boat is fast. He comes in 3rd place on our points over the weekend with 1,229. If anybody can coax a win out of that boat from an inside lane, it's J. Michael Kelly.
Well, you said it. That's where he had his most success all weekend, was from the inside. He hadn't converted a win until that point, and he surprised everybody, to be honest. And so I'm sure he'll be looking for that inside lane as we get to the race.
Here's Jamie Nilsen, the driver of the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. Young man out of Gig Harbor, Washington. Super nice guy, great family, driving for Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington. That is Shannon Rainey on the far right of the screen there. What would it mean for them to pick up their first ever victory as owners, and to do it and basically home waters in the Tri-Cities at the APBA Gold Cup? It would be something special, but they're in it, and before you can win it, you got to be in it. They're going to be in the show.
Yeah, they certainly have as good a chance as anyone here. And like you said, we pushed the reset button, so now it's all about that start position, and he could fight that inside lane and surprise a lot of people.
It is all going to happen here very quickly. We are inside 30 seconds to the 5-minute mark. You're going to start seeing the noses tipped out toward the center of the Columbia River. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. Tanner and I have been hyping this thing all weekend. I don't think there's anything else we can say. There's only one more thing to do, and that is let's go boat racing.
And talk about Gunnar.
And there is Gunnar right there. I was wondering if we were going to get him on a screen. Sorry, Gun Dog. We got you, buddy. U21, the spirit of America. And this guy has just quietly had an outstanding weekend. We're inside 5 minutes. You're getting a good look there at the U21. Gunnar O'Farrell going to come away from the dock. We got boats on the water. Tanner, you and I need to be out there. Let's go decide this 115th running of the APBA Gold Cup. Boats are on the water. Time to go racing. Let's go.
Well, every start so far has just been strategy tests and tuning to come up with what they can do to get that inside lane right now, or if that's really what they want. Some people just park on the inside. Some people sprint out in front and take the inside lane by force. But none of what's happened so far this weekend matters. All that matters is what they.
Now, the one I want to watch coming away from the pit area is Dave Villwock, because Dave has been using the same start strategy every time he's come out, seemingly. He comes out and he just cruises first of all, he comes out late, and he's not out yet. 1, 2, and he's not out yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 of our 6 on the water. Jamie Nilsen going to come across start-finish line here at about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Remember, he is the man who's the magic man about getting an inside lane. I'm sure he's got his radio man somewhere here on the shoreline who will be telling him where the other boats are, where Dave Villwock might be, as And there you're looking at Dave. He's sitting at the dock. They are not thrashing at all. So this is part of their strategy. This is not a boat that is having trouble getting started. Dave is just sitting there, and we saw him come out late, but not this late. All a part of the strategy. We'll keep an eye on the Apollo as the other boats are out on the race course, and they are cutting back to front on the race course. Looks like they are pushing Dave out now. So he's going to come out just after the 3-minute mark, and he's going to find a lot of boats cruising up the backstretch very, very slowly.
Villwock has forgotten more strategy than most of these guys will ever know. And so it's just awesome to see the old dog pull out tricks that nobody's seen in probably a long time.
So let's talk about where boats are on the race course. Jamie Nilsen sitting in lane number 1. He is up at the top end of the race course. That's the boat you see of your screen. Behind him, coming up very slowly up the backstretch, is Corey Peabody. That is Peabody. Then the third boat coming up the backstretch, there is his teammate. That is J. Michael Kelly in the U8. He's just off your screen, but he is the third boat we're pulling out there. There you see J. Michael Kelly. And then the fourth boat coming up the backstretch, there is Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar in the Spirit of America, and now coming out of the pit area and on the race course, the last boat way down there, Villwock. 2 minutes and 11 seconds, 2:10. Here comes Andrew Tate finally away from the dock. He too is coming. He is way back there. He is our trailer boat. He has to start 5 seconds behind the clock. So boats are all over the race course. Quite candidly, we haven't seen a whole lot of maneuvering going on here. Some of what I thought we were going to see, we haven't seen it. Been pretty clean so far, but lanes have not yet been determined. Now it's going to start to get dicey up here at the top end. Jamie's going to have to pick it up here a little bit, because here comes Corey Peabody, and now Jamie, you see him there on the inside. He starts to give it a little bit of gas. Corey's starting to step out a little bit wide, and teammate J. Michael Kelly just dove inside of him. So now Kelly has gotten inside of Corey Peabody. He's sitting in lane 2. This is not the start. Behind start finish line at 1:15. That's going to be a little close this time, but they're going to be okay. J. Michael Kelly the first across. This is going to be interesting. Right now, J. Michael Kelly is sitting in lane number 2. Corey is sitting in 3. Villwock is sitting in 4. And coming across the start finish line right now is Andrew Tate. I don't think you're going to see anybody change lanes at this point, because it's going to be 2. Unless you see J. Michael Kelly. He might make a move. Can he come over? His radio man's got to be telling, and he did. He did. He moved over on Jamie Nilsen. It looked like Jamie Nilsen went across the wake. We'll find out better as they close up to them here, but I think Kelly has put himself in lane number 1. He has indeed. Nilsen is sitting in 2. Then it's Peabody in 3. There goes Gunnar on the far outside up toward the top of the race course, and in lane number 4 will be Dave Villwock. Nice move by JMK to get that inside lane, Tanner.
Oh, it sure was. We talked about how critical that was for him. He's comfortable on the inside. As we come down to 12 seconds, they're about 3 seconds early around that corner. This is going to be super tight at the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. I don't know if my clock is legal, and if my clock is right, we'll let the start is under review, because it looked like maybe we had a couple of crossovers. Goodness. And Andrew Tate comes across. Now, first boat to get down to the lower end of the race course, J. Michael Kelly. He broke the clock, but was it early? And I think he's got Corey coming with him. Yeah, that's Corey coming off the corner. So it is J. Michael Kelly on the inside. He's opened up about a half a rooster tail lead, and I believe that is Corey Peabody that's running with him. I'll tell you what, our third place boat right now up the backstretch is Gunnar O'Farrell. He is running in 3rd. Villwock is pulling up alongside of him in 4th, and then it's Jamie Nilsen back in 5th on the inside. Kelly took a big hop at the top end, but he got her back down. Kelly taking a tight line. Kelly's driving a daylights out of it, Tanner. He's getting a rough ride, but he's really pushing.
He sure is. The water's rougher than he's seen so far, but he is absolutely, he sees that he's got clean water in front of him, and absolutely floored, foot to the floor, as his teammate tries to redo what he did in the 30, which is got to move on past him. But I got to be honest with you, I feel like 3 or 4 boats might have been early. We could have Gunnar in the lead at this point.
We really could, and I don't know how accurate our clock is. We have been off before, but usually we are dead on. So we will just wait until we hear from the officials. We are on lap 2 of 5. J. Michael Kelly up the backstretch. Now he's got almost a full rooster tail on Corey Peabody, and this is kind of shocking me because JMK is showing some real speed. We heard talk of a brand new special motor for the weekend. Is that what he's running out there? If it is, it's working.
Well, I don't know. He's coming into that section where he got bucked before. Smoother water this time around. Corey's really got to, oh, he does take a little bit of flight there on the exit. Corey's got to really start getting his exits out of these corners to maximize the straightaway speed. Meanwhile, there's a race for third back there still as we have Nilsen battling it out with Super Dave, and the Goodman Real Estate still trailing back.
Our race is out front, and it is the two strong boats, and they have really opened up water on the field. They are way down, but again, our start is under review. That's right there in big block letters. And now Corey Peabody has pulled up. He's made some ground up on his teammate, J. Michael Kelly. They are teammates, yes, but they race individually. They are not buddies right now, but Corey is running right with him. The question is going to be the start, but also the question is going to be which one of these two. Peabody closing on his buddy JMK up the backstretch. There you get a look at both boats from the drone. Corey really closing on him now. This is going to be a good run down the front straightaway. They are on lap 3 of 5. There's J. Michael at the top end. There comes Corey right with him. Tanner, this is going to be a good run down to complete lap number 3.
Oh, incredibly tight match. Just Corey gains on him. He gained at least 3 boat lengths in that last lap, and he's gaining on him down this back straightaway. If he does that again in lap 4, it's going to be really close on the start-finish line.
J. Michael Kelly really is flying the boat. The boat is way out of the water.
Coming into the top of the track, you can see the wake is just bigger than it has been before, as Corey's dealing with that wake a lot better. But Corey makes the pass on the back straightaway, builds that speed. J. Michael Kelly, of course, will have.
Good job, Tanner, up the backstretch. About a 3 boat length lead for Corey Peabody. Again, the big question, is it legal? There is. Start remains under review. Our officials are up above us on the right, and they are going to be looking at the film. They will get it to us as soon as they possibly can. Now it's Corey off the top. He's going to come see what kind of a flag he gets. He should get a white flag this time. Should be the white flag. It flies. Even if they jump the gun, it would still be a white flag because it's a 1-minute penalty, not a 1-lap penalty. Kelly hanging right with him now. Tanner doesn't want to let him go.
He sure is. I mean, he's just one skip away. J. Michael Kelly's just one skip away in the water from regaining the lead here. You know, he could pressure his teammate here on the inside, but very respectful between these two. But man, we've got Super Dave sticking it to Nilsen actually, with almost a full rooster lead for third.
Coming off the bottom end of the race course on the 5th and final time around, Corey Peabody now has opened up almost a full rooster tail on teammate J. Michael Kelly, but the question still remains, was the start legal? It appeared as though we had some jumpers. It appears as though some of the boats may have been a little anxious, but we're going to call them the way they are on the water, and the way they are on the water right now is Strong Racing running 1-2, and Corey Peabody is going to come down and apparently collect a victory, at least on the water, in the APBA Gold Cup for 2025. Peabody across first, then it's J. Michael Kelly in second, and we've got a whale of a race coming for third. Up at the top end of the race course, Jamie Nilsen is driving the daylights out of the U11, the Flav-R-Pac. He is on the inside trying to run down Dave Villwock, but Dave Villwock is going to come home in third place in the Miss Apollo, the U27. He comes across the start-finish line. Jamie Nilsen with a great run in our final heat, and our 5th boat across the line, Andrew Tate. He was able to pull up on Gunnar and get past him. Gunnar will come home in 6th, but hold everything, because we are awaiting to hear what the situation was with the start. We knew the start was close. We knew the start was under review.
I'll be honest, at the beginning there, it looked like that entire front row was over except Gunnar. And if that was the case, Andrew Tate's spotter would have been telling him, look, just in case you need to get by Gunnar, because he was settled back until 2 laps to go, and then he pushed to get by Gunnar, and he did it before the start-finish line, because those may be top finishing positions there right at the back of the field.
Well, you are exactly right. As we said before we came out here, anything can happen. J. Michael Kelly made another loop, and he came back here from, if our clock if our clock was right, it looked to me like JMK and I don't know who else.
Well,
like you said, it looked like a bunch.
It looked like the first 3 or 4, but you know, where we're sitting, we're just slightly off angle of the start-finish line, but we're getting indications that at least 3 boats have jumped. 3 boats, 8, 9, and 21. That's unofficial. We'll wait for Brad. He's obviously the official voice, but that changes things up.
Yeah, apparently we are told officially the U8, the Beacon Electric, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and the 21, the Spirit of America with Gunnar O'Farrell, all jumped the clock. If that is the case, the next boat across the line was Super Dave Villwock, and he had the Flav-R-Pac with him the whole time. Could this possibly be maybe the biggest story we've had in the sport in a number of years? This would be quite a moment. It's not official yet. The officials are still reviewing the racing on the water because there could be other. Here's the replay of the start. Let's take a look. This is top end of the race course. Oh, great. We got the clock up there.
Gunnar on the outside, sure enough.
Gunner's the lead boat coming off the top end of the race course. So here they come. Now, Kelly on the inside is going to really give it a squirt because I don't think there was any question if there were gun jumpers that he jumped. Kelly's going to come into the screen from the left. Now he's on the far right. It's tough to see. There's the buoy down there in the right corner. Boom. And so the first 3 boats across the line were the 8, the 9, and the 21. So here is another look at it. My goodness, we could be sitting on an incredible story here, Tanner. Could Dave Villwock, after all these years, get victory number 68? Could he get his 11th Gold Cup and tie Chip Hanauer for the record for the most Gold Cup wins? We could have a heck of a story developing here. Here's the drone shot. Boats coming down. It's tough to see from here. It would be.
They should be at 9 seconds at this buoy, and here they're still at 12 seconds. So this was, I mean, an indicator that it was going to be tight. Somebody was going to have to lift.
Somebody was going to have to pull their foot. And there's the buoy down there, and boom. Oh, here we go. Now, this is good. If we can just click this forward, you got 0.7 of a second there, and it has to show the hash marks. You're not at 0 until you see hash marks on the clock. So if we can click that forward, oh, boy. How about Nilsen? But you clearly have got 2 boats across right there. Dead center in the middle, that's Corey Peabody. He's not across yet. Now it's a legal start.
Boom.
And there it is, right there. You've got the dash marks. Wow, great work by the guys in the truck, because you've got 2 legal starters there, the Flav-R-Pac, the U11, that's the yellow boat in lane 2, and Dave Villwock out there in lane 4. Great work in the truck.
Yeah, Nilsen was the one that is right now on the bubble. They're sure the first 3 were over early. Nilsen are not sure. You could see from our images there, it almost, you know, they're just in the truck stopping it on a guess. But even on the image that we just looked at, Nilsen was right on the bubble.
And they are still looking at Jamie Nilsen.
They are.
The 3 are official, but then that was the head referee. That was Jonathan Abbott that was standing there, and he came, and we got a lot of people scurrying around between Jonathan Abbott and Nick Kish. I can tell Nick's younger because he runs the stairs. Jonathan walks up. But Jonathan did say, yes, those 3 boats, the 8, the 9, and the 21, jumped. So they get 1-minute penalties. That leaves the race in the hands of 2 boats, the 11 and the 27. It's going to be a nervous few minutes for Dave Villwock as that box comes out of the boat and goes up and goes through tech inspection.
Well, the risks and the effort during the race, as they were racing for 3rd, they would have thought, but it would pay off for Villwock.
Yep.
After taking that race to Nilsen from the outside and ended up ahead of him. But that certainly changes things up a little bit, Brad.
Changes things up a whole lot. We could be sitting on a whale of a story here, as it's quite possible that the winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited Racing may may have added to that total and got yet one more, and it would be an APBA Gold Cup, tying him with Chip Hanauer at 11 for the most.
When is the last time? When is the last time that Villwock won a race? I mean, it's certainly been a few years. Well, we've got Erica down at the pit there, and Brad is working out some questions there. So we'll give that a breath. But my goodness, I'm not sure what could possibly be going through Jamie Nilsen's mind here. Is he knew he was in a battle for Villwock. If he would have known it was a battle for first place, maybe he would have changed his performance to risk balance and maybe have pushed it a little bit harder. But he still is looking pretty happy down there.
And I think we've got Erica standing by with Jamie Nilsen on the dock. Erica, take it away.
Jamie, very few ever get to hoist the Gold Cup, and you've now cemented yourself amongst many greats. As you got back to the dock and realized what you had just accomplished, what emotions came over you?
Still in disbelief. What a team. You know, what a sponsor, Flav-R-Pac. First time racing here in front of them, so my family, it's the team. They fought so hard all weekend to keep the boat running, so luck was on our side today, and you know, that's what comes with hard work.
And we saw you embrace your team there as you guys had found out that you were the winners. How sweet is that moment, as not only your team celebrated you, but almost every single driver came up to give you a hug?
It's what we work for. It's what they work all year for. So it's pretty special to help show them all their hard work pays off. So, and how cool it is to have thousands of Flav-R-Pac employees, all the awesome people of Flav-R-Pac to be here to see not only our first win, but our first Gold Cup win. So what a day, what a day. Highlight of my career so far.
And we kept saying it wasn't if, it was win for you and this team. Was it worth the wait to do it on this Gold Cup weekend?
Hell yeah. It's worth it. We're gonna enjoy every minute of this one. And you know, we don't have much time, but we're gonna get back to work and start getting ready for Seattle. But 24-hour rule, we're gonna enjoy this one. So thank you everyone. Thanks to all the fans, thanks to all the volunteers put this on, all my friends, family, past crew, past owners, my wife Jessica, my 2 kids, my dad got me into the sport, supported me all the way through, my mom, same thing. So I'm only here because of them and this team, and it's just as much every one of those people's victory as it is mine, so it feels pretty good.
A testament to you and the team and how much work you guys put in. Go soak in this moment with your team. Congratulations, Jamie. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Erica, for a good discussion there with Jamie Nilsen. And Tanner, obviously there is different information down in the pit area than we have up here on the start-finish line. We know the results are unofficial because the boats have to go through tech inspection, but we were advised up here that they were still looking at Jamie Nilsen at the start-finish line and whether or not he was still legal. But to me, that still raises the big question of the U-27 and Dave Villwock. We've heard nothing about him being across the line.
I'll be honest, and that was hard to watch because it's just a little too early to know who won, because even if Jamie is if he didn't jump the start, he still was beat by the 27.
And if the 27's legal, then...
And the 27 was further back in the start.
Correct.
So I don't see a way, unless Dave accrued a penalty that we don't know about. I don't see a way that Jamie won it. And again, they have different information than we do. All we can do is look at the cameras, and we get kind of a text stream that's pretty updated, and then I see you tackling officials as they walk by, which sometimes seems pretty aggressive, but but it works, and you get some good information out of them. But I after watching that, I hope that it goes that way now, because I don't want him I don't want to have to unwind all that.
Yeah, it was difficult, and I do talk to the officials, and when I turn around and I see the chief referee looking straight at me, making eye contact, basically saying, I can tell you what's going on.
Yep.
That was when I pulled the headset off and, tell me. And he said those first three, the 8, the 9, and the 21 jumped. He said, we know that for sure. We are just looking at the 11. That is the Flav-R-Pac, Jamie Nilsen, and they were looking to see if he was legal. But to your point, never has anybody said there's been a question about Dave Villwock in the 27. And to your point, he was behind Jamie.
Yeah.
So and here's, maybe we can get a little look at the start. I think we're racing there at that point, and yeah, that was it. And we had to go back and go look at it. We had a great job when we were actually going freeze frame on things. But yeah, here's the racing. It was good on the water, and it became just a two-boat duel. If you take any gun jumping out of it, Corey Peabody and J. Michael Kelly put on a great two-boat race.
They sure
did. Now, here we are again at the start-finish line. Now, if there, which they have, first of all, you have to look in the upper right corner. 0.0 is not 0. Don't question this. Just go with me. It's because there's hundredths of a second that are not shown on there. And we could get into a whole discussion of absolute 0, but we don't want to go there. But 0.0 by the rule book is not defined as 0. 0 with no time on the clock is defined as the 3 dashes. So there it is. The clock is done. There is no more time left. Clearly the boat in lane number 1 that's not even on the picture anymore, Electric, and JP is gone. He's out of there. And clearly the boat on the far outside, that is the U-21, the Spirit of America with Gunnar O'Farrell. He is clearly across. Now, if you look still across there, you can see the boat in the middle, lane 3. It seems to me it's pretty obvious that boat is across. That is the U-9 and Corey Peabody. And to me, this picture right here demonstrates exactly why the chief referee says we're still looking at the U-11. That's the yellow boat in lane 2, because you've got to draw a line across those two buoys. Don't just look at the one on the right. You got to look at the one on the left as well. Now here it is in slow motion. But to your point, Tanner, the key piece here right there is the boat in lane 4. That is the Miss Apollo. He's behind Jamie Nilsen. So if Nielsen's legal, clearly Villwock's legal. Villwock beat him on the water without another penalty. He would seem to be the winner, barring tech inspection. So this could be very difficult, and it's going to be very unfortunate if it happens the way we're afraid that it might. But we're just going to have to wait and see, and see how Erica was given. We don't know what kind of information the team was given. I wondered, quite candidly, when we were up here calling the final heat, after it was over and we were watching the boats finish, the Flav-R-Pac spotter was standing right next to us, Ben Dowell. I know him well. I fist bump with him before every heat as we walked by each other. And he walked by and he had a huge grin on his face and he slapped me on the back. And I just thought for a moment, what does he know that I don't know?
Yeah, and there could be maybe Villwock, maybe there was something that happened, some sort of penalty. I mean, you would have pulled that out for sure, though.
And the only thing that bothers me there is, and we're just being honest and talking about this, the only thing that bothers me with that is the chief referee would have told me.
Yep.
He would have told me. Unless he ran back upstairs and the other two H1 officials up there told him something that he didn't as yet know. And honestly, at this point, I find it hard to believe if that happened that Jonathan Abbott wouldn't have run down here with me and told me, oh, by the way. So we are just going to have to wait until we get official information from our referees.
Here we're watching the battle that was for third between Dave Nilsen and Villwock, and they had plenty of room the entire race. You never really saw them cross over for the duration of the race. And the boats were kind of paired up. First and second here had a respectful race. The boats racing for third, and then the two boats racing at the back. All fairly clean. I mean, pretty clean through there. It's just a question. I hate to go to a lot. I mean, oh gosh, they're hugging Jamie down there and everything. So clearly there's something that we just don't know.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on that we're just not aware of, and we're going to have to get the official word from the referees. And I have been told in my ear that Dave Villwock has cleared tech inspection. Between the 3 or 4 of us here that are sitting here that are still talking about this, I can tell you that typically the boat that finishes first is the first boat that they run through the tech inspection. And we changed that a couple of years ago to expedite results. So we could come out and say to the fans, we may have questions about 2nd through 5th, but we can tell you for sure the first place finisher is the first place finisher, and they have cleared tech. So there's a lot at play here, and Tanner and I are not going to try and figure it out. We don't know. We're not the officials. We're just passing along information as we heard it.
However, you did write the rule book.
I did bring it. It's right over there, and I've been in it 2 or 3 times today. I got to sit up. Psst. So,
well, I'm looking at the camera that is down on the. Get a glimpse of the Flav-R-Pac team. If the news that we think that it's coming makes its way down there.
Yeah, because. Well, and you've been in this stuff. You've been in motorsports. You've been in any kind of sport. You played, football, basketball, whatever you did growing up. But you become, and we've talked about it now since the season started. You become very close friends with these people. Jamie Nilsen has never won an unlimited hydroplane race. Scott and Shannon Rainey have never won an unlimited hydroplane race as an owner. And Scott has won races before as a crew chief, but never as an owner. And so this is huge if they pull this off. And if they haven't pulled it off, to have that false sense it's going to be heart-wrenching.
I really feel for the whole team.
I do too, because I just don't see a way, short of a penalty to Dave Villwock, that he's not the winner of this thing.
I sent the question, haven't got an answer about Villwock, and I do appreciate that you think I might have played basketball. Thank you.
We needed a little levity to the situation here. So we are just at the mercy of all this right now. We got to just sit here and wait. It wasn't quite honestly the final heat I thought we were going to get. I think part of that had to do with the fact that Andrew wasn't on the front row. I think that definitely changed the strategy. I think it certainly changed the strategy on the part of Corey Peabody. I think Corey, if you ask Corey, I think he'll tell you the fastest boat here this weekend without question was his.
Yeah.
He beat Andrew. He beat him more than once. So I think he would say that I had the fastest boat, but I think he would also say in the same breath, I don't want to have to prove it by driving around Andrew Tate. And I think there would have been some fighting going on between those two with J. Michael Kelly in the middle of it to see who could get inside of who.
I mean, I think that the move of the race certainly seemed like J. Michael Kelly being opportunistic just before the start of the race when he saw Corey back down a little bit and possibly maybe had lost a bit of power, jumped to the inside, and it worked.
Yep.
Corey did an amazing job of holding that line 2 very, very tight, and even gained towards the end, but wasn't able to convert that. Or he was able to pass him eventually there. I've even lost it now that I've we've gone through this whole Jamie thing and this whole Dave thing. So, I mean, the racing up front was great between teammates.
It was very good, and it doesn't make any difference if it's teammates or not. It's good racing, and I'm always one who says just put a couple of boats side by side. We've got up on the screen there the balance of our 2025 H1 Unlimited schedule. We've got 2 more stops, and the first one comes real quick. It comes next weekend, August 1st through the 3rd. The Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. That is in Seattle on Lake Washington, the most historic race site that we have on the circuit anymore. There may be some people in Madison who might be wanting to argue about that, but that's part of the fun of boat racing. But certainly we have been racing there since 1951. And we've had some great Gold Cups on that particular body of water. And it's also home to most of our teams. so many of the teams are based out of the Pacific Northwest, and there are incentives for the race teams to win on home waters in front of their home sponsors. And so Seattle is always a very, very big deal. It's a smaller race course than we have here. It's only 2 miles around. We used to have a big race course there. We used to have a 3-mile course back in the day. In fact, we used to have a 5-mile course way back in the day. We ran on that once.
Wow.
But it's a 2-mile course now, a little bit shorter, and it's not quite as fast as this one over here, but it tends to keep the boats closer together a little bit and bunched up, and maybe for better racing, if you will. So that comes up next week. I did get one piece of good news in talking with the officials prior to the final heat. I talked to one of them up there who said, if you put me with a real good composite individual, we could have, just the two of us could have that U12 ready to go for Seattle. Apparently they've dug in that thing, and they're going to get it out of here tonight and get it back over to Seattle. They'll start working on it, and apparently they believe they can get it ready for Seattle. Let's hope, because we'd love to have the 7th boat in the pit area.
Sure. I mean, it looked like a massive amount of damage when they lost the blade on that prop, but it certainly is nice that it's on this side of the country rather than Alabama.
Absolutely.
And they can take it right back into home base and get cranking.
Then we're going to go down to San Diego over the weekend of the 11th, or the 12th, 13th, and 14th of September. If you want to see a boat race in arguably one of the most beautiful settings of the world, San Diego's a good one. And that will come up on San Diego's Mission Bay. We're trying to look at some information here. That's why we're a little bit disjointed, trying to get an official word from the officials on exactly what has happened. Here's the unofficial results going across the screen. So first place, they are still showing the U-27, the Miss Apollo, with Dave Villwock. So I know where this is coming from. It's coming from a guy who is now standing about 10 feet in front of us here. He put him up there, so he's got Villwock number 1, and he's got the 11 number 2. And the U91 he's got in 3rd place, which would make sense. Fourth place to the U9 to Beacon Plumbing, 5th to the U8 to Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly, did you get some additional information, young man?
Just that Dave did in fact pass tech. He just has to pass the physical inspection.
Okay.
Is that a turn and cough kind of a thing, or is that? Oh, they have to weigh the boat.
They have to weigh the boat, and they have to take this, for lack of a better term, they have to take this donut and they have to put it over the propeller and make sure he didn't run too big a prop.
Sure, gotcha.
And
Okay.
but as far as fuel flow and N2, he's good. So as far as the information on the black box, this is just checking a last box, but also what it's doing is it's making for a very uncomfortable situation down in the pit area.
It sure is,
with
down
Scott
on the
Shannon
dock.
and Jamie Nilsen.
It also means that Andrew Tate came in 3rd.
He did.
From the back row.
He did. And when you have a couple of boats up in front of you, that there's a 5-boat field, and when 2 of them get 1-minute penalties and you're the 6th boat on the water and you passed one, you can do the math in your head. That puts you in 3rd place, puts him on the podium.
Sure does.
So, all right, so Tanner, if you're going to take it for a second, I'm going to grab some info here. If you can just keep this going, I'm going to talk offline.
Well, the fact is that moving forward, I mean, San Diego's a pretty big race with the only saltwater race in the field, which we've been nonstop getting blowouts and spray, but the turbines with the salt apparently are incredibly, they just don't function with salt. But anyway, I got to be honest, this makes me incredibly uncomfortable after seeing an emotional reaction from Jamie Nilsen and seeing how happy the team was, seeing the spotter out here just absolutely celebrating. It's one of the cringiest moments in motorsport I've seen. I mean, it's almost like, was it the Emmys when they announced the wrong La La Land or something?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just can't remember that kind of stuff. But it's just absolutely makes you cringe. And you could see how much it meant to Jamie also, which just makes it even worse.
And my heart goes out, if this is the way this goes, my heart goes out to Scott and Shannon, along with Jamie and his family, Scott and Shannon and their family. Their daughter is here this weekend. She's very much a part of the inner workings of H1 Unlimited. This is going to be gut-wrenching.
It will be. At the end of the day, the rules are the rules, and the race is the race.
Correct.
So this will all be settled. In 2 hours from now, everybody's going to be fine. But it's just a roller coaster ride for them right now.
You always, 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 always have to temper in unlimited hydroplane racing because of tech inspection on the water from the officials. Anything can happen. We don't even know. We were told they were looking at the start on the U11. Okay, but they're looking at other stuff too. Anything that could have happened on a race course, they have devices available to them. They have the drone footage they can look at. They want to get it right. And you've just always got to temper that emotion a little bit that, you know, this could all go away in a heartbeat. And
it's probably too soon to get Erica to go talk to Dave, but you know, we just need some official results before probably make another move down on the dock. But that's inevitable that it needs to happen.
And I know the officials up on top of the tower are looking at things. I'm going to believe very strongly that Jonathan will come over. And if he does, I will ask him, as we did in Guntersville, Alabama, to come over and grab the headset and sit down and explain to us what exactly has happened. All right, so Tanner, if you'll take it for a sec, I understand we got some news coming in. I'm going to step away for just a moment.
So we do have the official over here right now, so we'll get him, give him a chance to talk with Brad, since, you know, you got essentially the rule writer.
We are being told that Dave is the winner on the water. He has passed tech inspection, but there still is the inspection of the boat. And I believe that is correct. I'm going to step away for just one moment.
So while we're showing he is, it still is not completely official. Get the measurement of the props, and I'm not sure what else, but either way, it doesn't seem like this kind of controversy happens very often, but it's something that's got to be resolved.
All right, so I've got it. I just talked with Jonathan Abbott. Here's the deal. Dave is your official winner. Dave Villwock, the driver of the U-27 Miss Apollo, is the winner of the 2025 APBA Gold Cup, because it is the Gold Cup. And this is where I was getting a little bit confused. You have to go through tech inspection, and they do at some point. They weigh the boat, and they put the donut over the propeller to make sure it's not too big. But because it's the APBA Gold Cup, they are going to do that very quickly and get it done. But as far as on the water and tech inspection, Dave Villwock, U-27 Apollo, he is the winner of the APBA Gold Cup.
Somebody probably owes Jamie Nilsen and his team a little bit of an apology, but at the same time, everybody understands the rules of the rules, and some communication mistakes happen. But here we are.
And I think that's what it was, because I said, well, where did the whole Jamie thing come from? And they both said, the two I was talking to said, that we don't even know what you're talking about. They were not involved in that. And so I don't know, somebody got a word out, and I'm not sure clearly it appears now it was not proper, and it's very unfortunate. My heart goes out, because a guy like Jamie Nilsen, he doesn't know, but he comes back to the dock, and people will start celebrating for whatever reason or wherever they got the information. This is not the way we wanted to end what was a terrific weekend of boat racing. Yesterday was outstanding. We had some good racing today, and we're going to crown a champion, and it's a big story. And at some point, we need to stop talking about Jamie and the disappointment there and talk about Dave, because this is a big deal.
Sure. So this is 11 times?
11th. It is his 11th Gold Cup championship. Yep. It is his 68th career victory. That's a 6 and an 8.
Well, it's a nice feather on the cap before getting inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, and Erica is chasing down Dave Villwock right now. We will have him shortly. Let's focus on that part of it right now because Dave drove the daylights out of that boat. They were back in, and he'll tell you, third place, fourth place water. It's not smooth back there.
No.
And maybe we're flying the day running out of that boat in front of back, and he held onto it. He got it. And this is just a huge story. A couple of us have been saying for a few years, what if Dave could get another Gold Cup? And Erica is ready with Dave Villwock. Let's go down there. Erica Allreed, take it away with Super Dave.
In a wild turn of events, you are now listed as our winner pending final inspection. With this win, you would officially tie Chip Hanauer in the all-time Gold Cup victory win list. Based on the emotion we saw from you as you learned the news, is it safe to say the 11th is just as sweet?
Oh, it is. I can remember when I went to work with Hanauer and he'd won, I think, 40-some races at the time, and I thought, how would a guy ever win 40 of these things? You know, and then when I made it to 67 and now 68, and to match Chip's 11 Gold Cups, I wanted to beat me. You know, it's a special time for the Ratchford family. This entire organization that's been put together in a hurry, but what a great group of people. Taylor Evans, he was a protege helping on Billy Schumacher's boat. In 2013, he was mowing the lawn over in Issaquah, and he came over to help me in the afternoons after work. And he's got a love for hydroplanes, and he's been working hard for 10 years to be lucky one day. And you know, that's when I left the truck. I said, it's time to go make some magic happen, and that's what we did.
That you did indeed. And as I just went to grab you, you were celebrating with your team, taking pictures, and Bruce could just not believe it. He has to be over the moon. And
yeah, well,
as I just went,
he's a huge
your team
for the sport. Bruce and I were both metal workers back when he started, and we share that, and it's just a super relationship. And to be able to put together this team of people to run both of these boats. 91 had great luck in Madison. I didn't. We had better luck here. They didn't. But as a team, we're trying to put our best foot forward every day and represent the Apollo team and the Goodman team as the best we possible can. It's very much a family culture, and Bruce is all about people, and we're so lucky to have such great people.
Dave, thank you so much for the time. It was such an honor and such a treat to witness that one. Congratulations.
Well, it'll be fun to grab on that Gold Cup again, won't it? It's been a while.
We look forward to seeing that. Back to you guys.
I thought that was pretty good. It has been a while since he's glommed on to the APBA Gold Cup. That was a great interview, Erica. You did a terrific job with that. And I could tell, I've gotten to know Dave much better over the last 3 or 4 years. I could tell he was touched a little bit by the whole thing. He's got some emotion in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's you see how far back it goes. I mean, back from his first job in the industry, and now to tie that person he worked for wins here. And then to have a chance in his career at 71 years old to look back and you know, as a racer, you can never get complacent, can never really be satisfied with where you are. Otherwise, you might as well just stop racing.
Correct.
But sometimes it's good, especially in these moments. You can never get complacent, can never, you know, just for 10. After 11, otherwise, you might as well thinking about next racing.
Correct.
But for 10 minutes after a win, just to think, wow, that's awesome. We've done a lot of stuff. And, I mean, he certainly has.
I knew he would mention the Ratchford family because it's not the first win for Bruce Ratchford and the Apollo mechanical team because they got the win in Madison, Indiana with the 91, but it is his first Gold Cup, so he will get his name on a Gold Cup. That's obviously a very big thing. I knew Dave would go there. I'm really glad he went down the road of talking about young Taylor Evans. I know Taylor very, very well. Statman and him are about as close as you can get as far as friends. They're really good buddies, so I know the Statman will have fun with that. But This, I believe, is Taylor's first victory as a crew chief. I think this U-27 Apollo is his first real job as, well, he was crew chief on the bucket list racing. I'm sorry, I take that back, but I don't think he ever got a win. And he was just recently, and we'll have fun with that. But this, I believe, is Taylor's first victory as a crew chief. I think this U-27 Apollo is his first real job as, well, he was crew chief on the bucket list racing. I'm sorry, I take that back, but I don't think he ever got a win. And he was just recently named crew chief on the U-27. So this is a big deal for young Taylor Evans, and congratulations to him too.
Well, where does the Gold Cup go after this?
The Gold Cup.
I mean, you had it in your living room.
I
at some
did.
point. Yeah. So wait, I mean, where does Dave take it?
No, it goes back to my living room. I go put it on the mantle. I got a spot up there for it. No, it will go with Bruce Ratchford, and they will have the opportunity to have it before it goes to APBA headquarters. So they will be able to have it in their corporate offices and put it in the showroom right there as you come in the lobby of the building, and let everybody who comes in take a look at it. And you've got to get down there and see it, Tanner, before you get out of here. It's a big trophy. It is very cool, but forget the trophy itself. It's just a piece of metal and a bunch of gold and engraving. It's what it represents. And so many lives were given trying to win that cup that didn't succeed. So much money was spent trying to win it that when they do get those victories, they've really got to cherish it. And I know Dave will, and I know he is just going to put everything toward his ownership group and his crew. This is really something special. The whole weekend was, and maybe we take a moment now to just kind of talk a little bit about the weekend. You finally got to see some boat racing. I said that after Madison. You didn't get to see some real deck-to-deck stuff, and when they hook them up, it's pretty cool.
That was a lot of racing. Every single heat was nonstop action. So many close races, some impossibly close races. Just the strategy. The water was perfect. The fans here are just absolutely amazing, just lining both beaches. It really was a full weekend. The water was always full of boats running, airplanes and air shows. It was great to see a full-on show put together and actually work.
Yeah, we will tip our cap to the Tri-City Water Follies. I mean, they will, and if you talk to them, they will tell you that they do get tomorrow off, but come Tuesday they will have a board meeting and they will begin talking about Water Follies for 2026. They work all year for it, but it was a great venue, great weekend, great community celebration. It ended on a very high note with the local place that's right down here, just kitty corner from the pit area, is Apollo Mechanical corporate headquarters, and Bruce Ratchford's going to be a very happy guy. But I want to go back to the racing because this was some of the best racing I've seen in quite a while, because yesterday it seemed like every time we put boats out, and regardless of which one it was, it didn't make any difference. We got very, very close racing. And I've always said hydroplane racing is never going to be the most competitive sport in the planet, but it is a spectacle. And when you get blue water like this, those rooster tails up in the air, and boats dancing across the water nearing 200 miles an hour, for some of us, it doesn't get any better than that. And then when you hook a couple of them up, it's just that much better.
Well, and it just didn't seem like the inside lane was always the biggest advantage. We had a lot of people fighting for it, but if they didn't get it, more than half the time they'd win from the second or third lane.
Yeah, I think the big story there is not so much did you get the inside lane, but more did you get inside the guy you really needed to beat. And I think that was more the story on that. Interesting sidebar to this whole thing, Dave Villwock, as we were talking this morning, when we got into today, he was number 7 out of 7 boats in the points he brought in, and we're going, he's kind of on the bubble. He needs points to get his spot in the front row. He got his spot, and he's going to walk home with that trophy one more time.
He sure did, and that's going to help his this whole championship for the year, gathering up those 400 points at the very end. Corey Peabody still gathered up the most points for the weekend, and he's always thinking long game. Of course, here he's looking for the gold and for the trophy, but he can walk away still happy with an amazing performance. Same with J. Michael Kelly.
Yep,
and Andrew Tate also pulled it out at the very end.
He's on the podium.
Yeah, he's on the podium. Here for Gunnar, who had laid back essentially all weekend still collecting second place points. We thought for a second he could have won this.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He was in that jumping group in the final, but still great day. Jamie Nilsen with amazing performance, always very, very fast in line, getting the most out of that boat. Really unfortunate that didn't go his way, but What a race for Dave.
We broke a couple of strings today. Darrell Strong had won 3 straight Gold Cups as an owner. That string gets broken here in the Tri-Cities. Corey Peabody had never lost on the Columbia River. He has now, and I know he feels bad about that, as you said. I'm real anxious. I know you brought it up a couple of times during the weekend, our little series bets that we have going. I don't know who had the 27. I'm not sure. Oh, my goodness, that was me.
Look, it's not about us. It's gotta think beyond.
Gosh. I want to tell you, you know how much I love the sport. I'm very passionate about it, and I always will be. I always want to bring people into the sport and show them what's good about hydroplane racing. And you saw what was good about hydroplane racing this weekend. And so I feel really good about that. I had a fun weekend. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you. This is fun. We're not done yet. We got a couple of more races to go. I'm going to see you next weekend over the hump on the other side on Lake Washington, and we're going to go H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing one more time. But for right now, we're going to sign off. Now, don't go away because the award ceremony is coming up. It's down in the pit area, which is quite a ways away from where Tanner and I are. It's about a mile down the road, but we will have it. We're going to be covering the award ceremony, so stay with us for that. But until then, on behalf of, on behalf of Brent Hall and Erica Allreed, and my buddy over here, Tanner Faust, this is Brad Luce saying so long from the Columbia River. Stay with us. The APBA Gold Cup Awards are next.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.
driven by Jade Deathridge. Great job. Okay, first place in the by Justin Burnett. Awesome job. All right, next up, Grand Prix America, sponsored by Local 598 Plumbers and Steam Fitters. We had 3 preliminary heats. We're gonna have Matt and Seth come up over here. Matt and Seth, why don't you guys come up over here for all of the heat winners, and then the winner in the final. We've had a long relationship with Local 598, and they've made custom belt buckles for all the heat winners this year and the final heat. Normally it's just the final, so this is a little bit better. And I'll let one of these guys talk a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to say Local 598 is proud to sponsor all of you guys here, and for all the drivers, all the crew chiefs, we really appreciate everything you guys are doing out there. You guys represent what we're doing. Yeah, you guys are mechanical engineers, and we're engineers as well, and we're proud to have you guys out here.
Yep. Thank you. The winner of Heat 1 GP, sponsored by Local 598 Plumbers and Steam Fitters, with the GP 17 driven by awesome Austin Ekrid in the Miss Renee. Great job, Austin. Heat 2 in Grand Prix America was won by the GP 79 with Jeff Bernard driving Bad Influence. Grand Prix America, sponsored by Local 598, was won by the GP 15, Greg Hopp, Old Trapper Beef Jerky. In the final heat, we had a wild final heat. Third place was GP10, Kevin Ekrit in the Freak. GP 135, driven by John Shaw, the cool.
Couldn't race. I mean, the boat was all busted up. We had the deck cut off. We had to replace frames and angle aluminum and all sorts of stuff. And these guys got it all done. And we're able to come here and race. And, you know, like, again, with Ed built us the motors and Scott provided the propellers, and you can't lose it in this deal. So, and yeah, I want to thank all the GPs for showing up. And all our sponsors.
One thing left to do.
So, yeah, so anyway, there's like only really.
just 1 second. Check. All right, we're going to try again. We've got H1 limited trophies to give away and a big one here at the end. Beginning of yesterday, we had Heat 1A, sponsored by Red Lion of Pasco, which was won by the U9 Beacon Plumbing, driven by Corey Peabody. Heat 1B, also sponsored by Red Lion Pasco, was won by the U11 Flav-R-Pac, driven by Jamie Nilsen. Yesterday afternoon, Country Financial sponsored Heat 2A, which was also won by U9, Beacon Plumbing, and Corey Peabody. Finishing up yesterday, we had Heat 2B, won by J. Michael Kelly in the U8 Beacon Electric. Thank you to Country Financial for coming on as a sponsor this year. Heat 3A was won by, I don't know this guy, but I think it's Corey Peabody again. And I forgot to mention Heat 3A and 3B is sponsored by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. They're also sponsoring the final heat, and they have some big checks to give away. So We'll have Raymond Eustace, Board of Trustees, Treasurer, help with that here in just a second. Heat 3B was won by U27, Miss Apollo, and Dave Villwock. Don't go far, Dave. Heat 4A, sponsored by CO Energy, was won by the U27 Miss Apollo and Dave Villwock. CO Energy sponsored Heat 4B, and it's that guy, Corey Peabody, in the Plumbing, the U9. Well, here's why the Unlimiteds came. The Apollo APBA Gold Cup. And if you haven't heard Brad Luce on live stream, the oldest still active motorsports trophy. It's pretty amazing. I'm glad we had it here in Tri-Cities again. It's always special. Raymond Eustace will hand off the check here for third place, and that is the U91 Andrew Tate Goodman Real Estate.
Somehow we ended up making lemonade out of lemons today. It was a huge team effort, and to get third place from the trailer position after the day that we had and the position that I kind of put the team in is acceptable, I guess. Not my best effort, not my best day. Everyone in a gold shirt and a blue shirt over here with Goodman, BWR, and Apollo deserve the best, and I think we had one driver today that did his best and brought it home, so we all want to hear from him. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to the rescue team. We can't do this without you, all the sponsors. See you at Seafair.
In that final, we had the second place. It was U11 Flav-R-Pac and Jamie Nilsen.
Thank you, everybody, all the volunteers that helped make this happen. And Dave, congratulations on another Gold Cup for you. So, you know, it was a little bit of an emotional roller coaster, the way the final results were announced. But you know what? That's racing. And if I wanted this Gold Cup bad before, after a false celebration, I'll tell you, I want it even worse now. So, thanks to all the crew, the team, the owners, Shane and Scott, and you know, our awesome new sponsor, Flav-R-Pac. So we'll be back. We'll take another swing at it, and we're gonna get it someday. Thank you.
The Gold Cup has been run for decades, as I mentioned.
be back. Okay. We have somebody here who won this trophy back in 1976, and thought we'd bring him up, and he can stand next to the trophy that he won back then. We have Tom DeEath from Detroit, so welcome him up. Miss Tri-Cities, you ready to give away some trophies? Okay. Well, somebody had to win this race, and it's a guy that's been up on this stage many, many times. He's held this trophy many, many times, and we've got a great new sponsor, Tri-Cities businessman and family. His name is Bruce Ratchford. He's going to come up here. The team is Miss Apollo, the boat's the U-27, and the driver is the ageless. Yeah, better bring that whole team up here. Look at this group. A smart man once said, "I am but the sum of my people around me." And I know that Bruce and the entire Apollo organization, his wife, family, everybody at Apollo, they share that mission of family, and they share that mission of excellence. They share that mission of a group that looks after each other, as Bruce and his family and Apollo and all the people that work there look after this town and this city, a lot of other cities. I'm so lucky to be able to race boats with an old sheet metal worker just like me. And so lucky that a long time ago I went to Detroit to win my first one and asked this guy, "How do you do that?" And he helped me. I've been lucky to be involved with a lot of great people, and this is a special win, an 11th with this group, along with Mike Hansen, a guy that has run this operation for us in a wonderful way, and got a couple of fast boats out here that on any. Brian Piziak, I won one of the first races for Fred. So Brian is a great turbine guy. And the crew chief, Taylor Evans, guy that was mowing lawns out in Issaquah, and came in about 10 years ago for this instant success with BWR, and so he's a great talent. I'm so lucky to be able to work with him. Another old guy, and we're a lot of us old guys, but we have this mantra. We say, "Don't let the old man in, and don't count the old man out."
You're welcome. So thank you all, and all, Ryan, Lori, all the family members, and all the people back at the shop that will walk with a little lighter step tomorrow. And so we're so proud to be involved with this whole group. They really work well together. It's been a privilege. So can't wait for the next one. Let's go to Seattle, win some more. Well,
Hey, the mic went out. What do you say? You know, I mean, this is such a gift, and it's thrilling. Obviously, this is our hometown. It's wonderful to be able to win the Gold Cup. Obviously, my congratulations to Dale Strong and his team. They're an awesome team. Actually, they should have won it. It's Corey's body of water, but you know, things happen. And I'm just proud to have a local business here. We got big enough to be able to help the community. All time, Villwock. Racing in H1. Be recognized at that level. So, you know, I got a lot of people going. It's an amazing day for Dave. I want to thank. You know, one's racing the other. You know, and it's like, Dave, but I got a terrific team in Goodman Real Estate. Y'all know how well they run. I can't say much, but I do got one guy that's running all this, putting all this together. I call him Mr. Wizard, right? You want to say a few words, Mike?
It may or may not work. I don't got booming voice. I've got quite the barrel sense. Close, but not quite. But no, I gotta thank Bruce. You know, this was all the Miss Madison stuff pretty much before, and that was not quite selling. So, I gotta thank Bruce. Cheers, Madison stuff. But to put this whole thing together, Bruce went out and bought wagons and stuff, bought all our stuff. We had to put a group together. The orange guys, the bucket list guys, they decided to sit out, so we got Taylor. That was a big plus for us, especially in the thrash of trying to put this together. This didn't come together until the 2nd of February, to where we knew we were going to do this and how we were going to do this. We had to figure it out between now and then, how to get there. And these guys, they put up with all of my, you know what, to make it happen. There's a lot of long hours, a lot of hard work. But Bruce, we got to thank you for the opportunity to do this. We've had 2 events. We've won them both so far, so we're on a roll. But Mike Noonan's got a special presentation he'd like to make to you, Bruce.
So last night I went to a banquet for the Royal Order of the Turban, ROT, if you ever heard of it. There's a guy named Chet Lipinski and his son Brian from this area. He made this and put it up for auction, and all the proceeds went to the museum, the Hydroplane Race Museum in Seattle. So I outbid everybody there, and I knew I just had to have it. And when I saw it, I had to have it, and I knew who I was going to give it to, win or not win. But Bruce, this is from the team. So on behalf of all the team members, to you.
Let me hold it higher. There you go. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Apollo U-27, building people who build great things. It works in anything that I do. It's all about the people, always. The volunteers I want to thank for helping us put this whole thing on. We couldn't do it without you. Taylor Evans, you're a good crew chief, buddy. You're something else. So I had to recognize you and the whole team. But this team's had worked hard together to be able to get along, work on things. It's been a real journey. And we're having fun, and we're getting there. So thank you to all my competitors, all of our competitors. It wouldn't happen with all of us. We've got great professional teams out there. It's just so awesome. So from Apollo, I think there's community, and I thank everyone here. So thank you very much.
I just got to thank a few other guys that helped put the other Wiggins boat together. The Alabama gang followed us up here, and they've done a great job for us. In Chris and Bobby and Jason, they work out of Charlie's shop. They put a lot of the other boat together, and I was down there too. And you know, it's special to have these people. I call them racing families, and you see it in all the teams, and they follow each other around to do special things. We're so lucky to have all these people come together to do something we love to do and put on a show for all you. So thank you very much.
All right, well, we're going to end this thing. We're going to let them take some photos with this trophy. Want to thank all the participants, all the sponsors, all the volunteers. And I know there's two guys over here that are just raring to get over to Seattle and get after it again. And there's a guy right over here that's ready to do the same. So let's have safe travels home, safe travels to Seafair, and we'll see you again here next year. Thanks, everyone.
Place. Corey's going to come off the corner first. You see Corey.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side.